My friends, and welcome back to Suzerain Rizia. Hope everyone's having an amazing day. Let's continue straight off of the last one. Family visit to Isa. After months of promises and scheduled conflicts, Vina and I were finally able to make our way to visit my cousin Rico Taurus at his palace in Isa. The city's main road was straight and possibly wide, a relic of Markian times when the city was a major trading centre. I waved out the car window to the crowds of citizens lining the road. Up ahead loomed the domed library of the university. I noticed most of the people who'd come out to see us were native Rizian. Even on the streets of the city Wesek quarters, little Raklovets. Vina suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. "Father, look over there." In front of the university library, the construction crew was hastily pulling a sheet over a large object. "Stop the car at once, I want to see what's under that sheet." Came to a halt, my guards exited the car and ordered the workers to remove the sheet. Beneath it was one of the statues I commissioned earlier in my reign, depicting the Taurus lineage of my father, myself, and Vina. All of our heads had been chopped off. It's outraged, the guilty part must be found and punished. How could Rico have allowed this to happen? Like just as Zara said, he's in over his head. She unconsciously put a hand on her own neck. Do you think Rico wanted us to see this? He's trying to crack down on crime here, isn't he? What better excuse than sedition against the royal family? It's a good theory, Vino. You're steps with your mother as your mother was, and keep vandals from the face of royal statues from the king's visit. He doesn't deserve my support. He raised his disgrace. Order must be brought on Isa one way or another. It's bigger than the size of the anti-monarchist foreign powers are out to get us. I say good theory, Vino. Disrespectful of your mother was. Thank you, father. You guys meeting with us here too, right? Why do you think they wanted us here so badly? I expect the Golden Guard investigation order will be the main topic of discussion, and my guess is we'll see if they're right. To see something like those statues, or where it gives an inkling of pressure Rico's under. I can't even remember the last time cousin Rico and I properly spoke. When we were children, maybe? Rode on until we reached Palace Sazon. Under Rico's stewardship, a formidable-looking iron gate had been constructed around the otherwise tranquil palace complex. His security let us through to the Duke's residence, a blindingly white building with the flags of Rizia and House Taurus hanging from every window. We walked up the... Man, I'm butchering every word today. Sorry about that, guys. We walked up to the doors. As soon as the guards opened them, a pair of long-nosed Rizian hunting dogs raced towards us, barking. Go ahead, dogs, pet the dogs. Easy there, puppies. Pet the dogs. Reached out and carefully gave each dog a pat on the head. "Bello, Bruna, sit!" Both dogs promptly sat at attention, still as statues. I heard the sound of boots on tile as my cousin Rico approached. He was wearing an olive green tweed jacket and a flat cap. He gave me a quick bow of acknowledgement, then knelt and kissed Vina's hand. I was struck by his transformation from a gawky, insecure teen to a broad-shouldered, preternaturally confident young man. "Welcome, my cousins. It has been far too long." "So it has, Rico. You're looking sporty." "Did father not tell you? We're going hunting." Wait, what? Hugo appeared from behind his son, a sheepish look on his face. "Your first hunt as king. I wanted it to be a surprise." "Know me too well, let's go shoot something." I appreciate it, but I was hoping for us to have this conversation. "Know me too well, let's go shoot something." "As much as you claim, so it shall be." I've already equipped myself. I turned around and showed us a KA-74 size semi-automatic rifle strapped on his back. Hugo turned up his nose disapprovingly. "Isn't that cheating?" "Ball's a speedy bastard, so you'd be surprised, your highness." Smiled rackishly at my daughter. "We've outfits prepared for the two of you. And your weapon of choice. And your choice of weapons, of course." There's Rico. See that? Oh no, not that. That's a Wesek weapon. That'll be a good old-fashioned rifle for me. Hugo smirked at his son. "You see, boy, there are still real gentlemen in this world. I do wish I'd known about these plans. I've never held so much as a gun before." "Come now, I'll teach you. It'll be great fun." Inside, Vina and I quickly refreshed ourselves and changed into the hunting garb that had been laid out for us. Stepped out to find 2 waiting jeeps. Oh. Gonna catch a shower car with your old man. Rico swiftly interjected. If you don't mind, Your Majesty, I've had this car prepared for the 2 of us. He gestured to his aide, who held the door to the first jeep open. The 2 of us stepped inside. East of the palace, the landscape quickly turned hilly and green. We were entering the Brennus Forest Estate, a private hunting ground reserved for nobility only. I turned away from the window to see Rico looking at me intently. You must already know what I'm about to say, Your Majesty. I knew you didn't approve of the company I keep here in Isa, but to accuse us, them, of terrorism. Don't forget whom you're speaking to, Taurus. Can't you suffer like I haven't ordered your arrest yet? I've no other choice in trying to avoid an international incident. One has every reason to suspect Sumina's involvement in what happened, as do I. Trust me, nobody I know has a clue who's behind the Zeal attack. A light smirk formed on his face. Though I can't say I wasn't happy to see those Wessex get what was coming to them. So it is. For heaven's sake, son, have some respect for the dead. You got what's coming to you if you carry on with this kind of talk. You want me to believe your organisation completely innocent? For heaven's sake, son, have some respect for the dead. Excuse me, Your Majesty. The point is that your investigation into us will turn up nothing about Wellen, at least. If you want the mess clear up in time for Zeal to be returned, I think I can help you. In exchange for what? Aside from getting your golden guard off Sumina's tail, nothing. I wouldn't dare to bargain with my cousin and my king. He cleared his throat. The people in my organisation are loyal to me, Your Majesty. Very loyal. If 1 or 2 of them were to confess the attack, as a splinter cell acting independently of both Sumina and the Crown, it will solve both of our problems. I don't need names, the investigation will turn up the truth. In time to get Zul back by the end of the year? I doubt it. It would be convenient to put this into the land as fast as possible. As long as it takes, I will stoop to contact your suggestion. How Lord escapes whilst frozen with the correct interrogation? No. He understood, Your Majesty. That was his, back out, but we're not allowed now. What if he's going to shoot us? For investigation, if the guy said anything. Rico looked away for a moment. The woods around us were growing denser. It's the smirk. I know he did it. Anything else, bring King, now's the time. How are you faring as Duke of Rizia, my cousin? Be honest. Rico eagerly turned back towards me. I'm sure you've been kept abreast of the situation here, Your Majesty. The drugs, the violence, the open resistance against our government, the headless statues. No one can lead us he needs. That to me. The headless statues. You aren't supposed to see those. I've heard that in times of emergency, police from the Rizian Central Forces can be placed under individual leaders' direct command. I petitioned your War Security Councillor for just such a transfer, but she refused. So she should cooperate with the Greater Province of Brennus. The herd made a mistake. The various police can be handed over to police here. Already so she cooperate with the Greater Province of Brennus. Who are the Sazens? He snorted. They can't be counted on to cooperate. If anything, they're actively plotting against us. I'll send you the petition when we are both back home. I trust you to do what's best for our city. We pulled off the road and continued some distance on a dirt path that wound through the pines. We came to a halt at the mouth of a grassy clearing with gently sloping sides, hunting blinds like its perimeter. It vaguely resembled a gigantic serving vessel. At last, enough politics talk. We disembarked and Rico eagerly unlatched the back of our jeep. Bella and Bruno hopped out and started sniffing the air. Hello, Lord. Hello, Indigo. How are you both, my friends? Welcome back to some Suzerain. Ho, ho, ho. It's really hot today, so the crown might have to come off for a little bit because it's really, really uncomfortable today. It's really sway. But how are you, my friends? Thank you for being here. Caught the scent already, my dears. Must be a dozen of balls out there. Yep, Rico, I'm already... His smirk gave him away. He's 100% behind the Suamina stuff. Know it. The other car pulled up next to us. Hugo and Vina got out, still in conversation. So you see, Your Highness, knowing how to aim and fire a gun correctly is as useful a royal skill as knowing how to hold a salad fork. Keep out of Hugo, you make huntress out of my daughter yet. Don't listen to Hugo, Vinny. Your uncle's a notoriously terrible shot. Hugo scouted me briefly. He waved his son over. I've bored you enough, Your Highness. I believe Rico is going to show you the ropes. Oh, no, no! I thought he'd take it as a joke. Or he could be despicable bozo. Yeah. I would like it to, if the king permits. He send his hand to my daughter. First hunt. It's not my decision. Do you want to go with him, Vina? Yes, I'd love to. We didn't even get a chance to speak at the coronation. Vina took Rico's hand. With a smile, he picks up their gun and walked over to one of the blinds, dogs in tow. Hugo shrugged. Two of us it is, Your Majesty. An assistant handed me my rifle. It was a Rizian-made Datus 56, blinker than one I'd used in the military, but usable. My son may aim for quantity, but men like us know quality is key. He locked and loaded his own data rifle. Stock had a golden bossed bull on it. We climbed into the hunting blind opposite of Vina and Rico's position. Now we play the waiting game. There was a long stretch of silence, punctuated only by the chirping of birds and the occasional bark of Bella and Bruno in the distance. I may not like Rico's hunting methods, but his dogs are second to none. I'll drive the balls out in no time. Why are we so keen that he and Vina go off together? Rico's inviting us here. Because of Shrewd King takes after his father. Too remote for inviting us here. He calmly adjusted his rifle sight. Of course, there's the nastiness of Wellon, with Wellon. More pressingly, if my son and your daughter are to be married, they ought to spend time together first. But have you seriously never considered the possibility? It's up to Vina to choose her own husband, and I doubt her cousin ranks high on the list of candidates. Shockingly enough, that never crossed my mind. I have if you're someone more of a gentleman. What? No, they're cousins. So Vina, I'm still going for her to pick her own guy. My cousin wants removed. As you know, there are interests both inside and outside this country who seek to snatch Rizia away from the House of Taurus. Consanguinity wouldn't be my first choice either, but it's the only way to keep our family in power. It's still Vina's decision. We're not on today, so I'll make wedding arrangements. Our family has been in power long enough. The right alliance is making more powerful than blood alone. So we got long before we start making wedding arrangements. Fair enough. Rico can be quite the charmer when he sets his mind to it. As your uncle and your advisor, this is my advice. You may follow or disregard it as you choose. Just then we heard a rustling sound coming from the woods. Bella and Bruno had found their quarry. A group of boars raced into the clearing, the dogs nipping at their heels. Working in tandem, they forced their prey into the lowest part of the glade. Looking through my gun sight, I fixed my crosshair on the group. Shoot a boar misintentionally. Oh! Do we wish for blood? Oh, I'm not sure. I know what I will not miss though. Let's do it. Let's shoot that boar. Here's a hunting trip. I aim and pull the trigger. The largest boar fell to the ground. The other scattered in all directions, squealing. Well done! As I turned away to reload, I heard a series of rapid-fire bangs coming from Rico's direction. I looked back into the blind to see a ground littered with dead boars. Not very sporting if you ask me. At the end of the hunt, I racked up 4 kills. Hugo had 6 and Rico had a dozen. He and my daughter were deep in conversation as they climbed down from their blind. Lies of this, lies of that, I'm telling you. If the Welland Civil War had happened while grandmother was still in power, she wouldn't have set out the welcome mat. No, Liza would have honoured Rizia and Welland's long history of cooperation and shown compassion to those who suffered. You naive... Oh, heard some Americans do. You naive little girl. Everyone in Makopa wants what we Rizians have. The Wessex saw a chance to get it and they jumped on it. He flung his gun to the ground in frustration. I'm afraid your daughter didn't shoot a damn thing on today's hunt, Your Majesty. She was too busy distracting me with her nonsense opinions. Oh, you've done well enough for the 4 of us. Congratulations. I guess that doesn't take either side on that one. Vina is your intellectual superior in every way. You twit. You twit! Oh, I really like... I want to click one, but I don't want to anger both of them, because it's more so... It's not him I respect, it's his dad. It's Hugo a little bit. Insult her. Oh, why not? Twit. You seem to collect... Oh, yeah, she's the crown princess. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I must have gotten carried away. We posed for photographs next to the boars we killed. The assistant began packing everything away. We'll eat well tonight. Chef at Palace Saison does an excellent braised boar with wine sauce. Rico, Vina, why don't you two ride ahead and notify the kitchen staff? His Majesty and I will be right behind you. Vina gave me a pleading look. Why don't you go ahead with your own son, Hugo? Accompany the princess. Hugo raised an eyebrow. As you wish. Come along, Rico. Vina silently thanked me as Rico and Hugo departed. We climbed the second jeep and headed back to the palace. Dinner that night was indeed delicious. Yeah, Vina. Yeah, he's a AF. Read report. Rizia Imperii Businesswomen's Association highlights gender pay gap. Okay, interesting. Well, that's something we can deal with eventually. You know, Contana's Triple S monitors Geologicos Yo. What's going on over here? Salabets. Royal visit Scarlet Kingbird Festival. What's an Isa? Isa police transfer. Duke Rico Torres of Isa has requested transfer of additional police forces to a direct controlled crackdown on the recent upswing in crime. These resources will be drawn from federally controlled central police headquarters in Rizia Imperii. That's a big no-no. I'm not giving him my police. His direct control? Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's a bad guy, just an idiot. My thing is, what if he just said, can you transfer more people to the region, but you stay in control? Fine, but he wants it under his control? And we know he's an idiot? I think he thinks he's the big guy in this situation, but it's not going to be great. They also cut off the heads of the statues of me and my family, so I'm not very happy. Deny police transfer, you good with that, Lord? We need Lord's opinion, one of our fine assistants. Yeah. I was thinking of denying, but... Yeah, I don't see it either. We just need to get back Isa. That's what we need. We need to take it back from him, slap him a little bit. But I respect Hugo. It's just him I don't. Zeal I need to get ready for. Obviously, that's going to be an interesting one. We might as well. No, we'll do it later. We'll do it later. I want more tanks. I want more ships. I want more everything. We did, didn't we? Gas field, bring Zeal intelligence hub, medium initial global energy. Remember, we want to fight them, though. We do want to fight them. Yeah, you have to fight that later again. No, you want to fight Pels. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. From the Romus Taurus University. So what would I need to invest there? Is there something I've unlocked yet, or just worry about it later? I'm gonna have to take this crown off, I'm afraid. Oh, it's so sweaty. I've also lost that band, which fell up. Oh my goodness. Remember, we're... Stuff that makes military and stuff that makes energy. Okay, okay. We'll invest at the end of the turn, just as we've been advised. But yeah, the band fell out. I actually ripped it off. So I'm like, oh no, so all the sweat is just straight into my eyes. Right, royal visit to Scarlet Kingbird Festival. Every spring, the seaside town of Salabes celebrates the Scarlet Kingbird Festival. The vibrantly coloured songbirds spent their winters in Xena, near the southern part of what used to be the Musa Empire. Every spring, like clockwork, they flew back over the Gulf of Mordia to settle in Celebes. Their return was celebrated with music, dancing, and lavish banquets, opened by a speech from the reigning Duke of Celebes. It was traditional for the King of Rizia and his family to attend. The sun hung low in the sky over the Arena Celebes, a 100-year-old open-air venue perched directly on the beach. Fiona and I sat waiting in the royal box as cameras flashed in our direction. Authoritarian, or at least I want to have a good old rumble with one of them. I want to do the military stuff. I want to see it, basically. My daughter impatiently tapped her fingers on one of her arms of a chair. We hadn't spoken much since Isa. Don't worry, it'll start soon. Don't worry, we'll start soon. I'll announce a special guest. I wonder who it will be. Look over there, by the way. She went to a cluster of buildings a little further down the coastline. In the middle of it rose a spire covered in scaffolding. It looks Dasnorist. I wonder if there's a mega sanctuary you ordered. That's the mega sanctuary you have, or you ordered to have funded. I bet it's good to carry him. Maybe smaller. I would keep Wessex out of trouble for a while. Sal was right. Everyone deserves a space to worship God in their own way. The fanfare sounded from the pit orchestra, and an announcer stepped behind the podium. This year, he said, the speech would be given not by the Duke of Slaves, but by the heir of House Sazin. The audience roars as Mason Sazin entered the stage. This was no longer the nervous young man I'd met at Port Drazen. He radiated confidence as he stepped up to the podium. Greetings, Solabines. Solabines. Solabines! He waited for the applause to subside, then held up a hand for the audience to listen. The entire arena fell silent. The story of the Scarlet Kingbird is a story about trust. Every year, this tiny feathered creature travels thousands of kilometers to reach our shores. He doesn't know what perils await him on the way to his destination, nor what sort of waken will await him there. Yet he flies on, because something deep within his soul compels him to do so. Yeah, I was going to say, I do recognise him. And in a voice that tells him, this is your home. I've eaten enough. Huh, good as charisma. Vina glared at me, then turned her full attention back to the man on stage. Uh-oh. No, Vina. Naughty Vina. And what of those who wait for him? They have no idea where he's been, or how he knows to navigate to this exact same spot each time. So they gather here, scanning the skies for the first sign of his return. Oh, as if on cue, a solitary bird came flying towards us from over the horizon. Its plumage was bright red. A tear rolled down Manus's cheek. Trust. It's the only way any of this works. Even when we're given no reason. Even when our faith is tested over and over. A second bird followed, then a third. It's only when we place our trust in one other that we find the ability to find our way. The audience gasped as the skies over our heads filled with hundreds and hundreds of kingbirds, their crimson feathers magnificently lit by the setting sun. Too much trust will get your face flooded. It's so beautiful. Timing the speech carefully with migration, what cheap trick. Giant flock of birds migrating from a distant land. Have I ever seen that before? I don't know, Father. It's a beautiful sight, though. Vina sniffled. She had tears in her eyes as well. When the sun had set and the birds had gone to roost, we made our way to the VIP reception in the neighbouring pavilion. A big band was playing jazz music as Vina and I entered. We immediately found ourselves surrounded by local officials, celebrities, and members of the press. It was nearly an hour before I was able to sit down. Almost as soon as I parked myself in a chair, I noticed Manus Sazin making his way over to me. That was a great speech today. I see why constituents love you. Don't see why we wouldn't be nice to him. Good speech. Manus smiled and bowed his head. Birds did most of the heavy lifting, but thank you, Your Majesty. Actually, I've been hoping to speak with you for a long time. To be honest, I've been avoiding you too much with blood. There's an audience for me. Well, what was that? Sorry, I haven't visited the House of Delegates yet. It's been a busy time. I understand, Your Majesty. This little incident rattled us all, my family included. But I still think we have a chance to accomplish great things for this country. And now the heir of House Sazin to speak of the Rizian People's Party. The two cannot be separated. Join the House of Delegates because of Lucas Sazin, because my father's rash act of violence robbed Rizia of the peaceful transition it deserved. The remaining Sazins and I are in agreement. Our citizens need not shed blood to be granted a voice. The kind of change you're talking about doesn't happen peacefully. Look how many corpses of century revolution left in its wake. People have a voice. That's what a House of Delegates is for. Peaceful transition to what? Manus traced the rim of his wine glass with his finger. Rizia already has a framework to become a true constitutional monarchy. place where citizens have a greater say in the lawmaking process, but the royals keep their status and influence. Don't want to make assumptions, but could it be that your aims are the same as mine? Oh, he's trying to be like, you want to have a house of constituents? No. This stays in. I just don't know if he's a bad guy or not, but I don't want to make this. I want to keep it a thing. We are the main power. Keep it so. Whether removing any of the monarch's powers would invite the wrath of my relatives. I and the rest of the Sazons will provide you with the protection you need. Of course, I would never presume to tell the King of Rizia how the country should be run. Just know that should you choose to lead Rizia in a more democratic direction, we're prepared to back you. Whilst your support worthy of the weakest royal houses, and if I don't, I appreciate the risk you took in coming to me. It couldn't have been easy. Or, thank you for hearing me out. Body, more closely with your party, better stuff of people, but changing titles from government, we probably won't go that far. Time to start changing status quo. Lord! I'm not changing, that's the big one. And we need military power, we need control. Here's a save way. Okay. Do a little bit. More closely with your party. Tentative smile appeared on Manus's face. I understand, your majesty, of course my party would be thrilled to have your ear. It would be an honour to see you at the next House of Delegates session. I need to decide, I'm not promised anything yet. I'll see what I can do. Number 1, I feel, is a solid reply. I feel like this guy's bad news. At least in the sense if he wants to get rid of the monarchy. 2? Okay, I'll be there. And just to say a big thank you to everyone who's joined us on this stream today. You absolute legend. With Smiley stood up and pushed back his chair. Take enough of your time. If you'll excuse me, I'll freshen up my drink. He turned around to head to the bar and came face to face with Vina, who was returning to our table. Her face was slightly flushed. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Sazon. Nothing to excuse, your highness. I hope you're enjoying your time in Celebs. I was to get rid of it, but he's against violence. Also, he has very little power. I was just speaking to the bartender. He's still trying to get the rest of his family out of Dirdia. I told him I'd see what I could do. Manus smiled warmly. That's very noble of you, but there are thousands like him, and not all of them are lucky enough to catch the Princess of Rizia at a benevolent moment. Such impotence, Mr. Sazon. He's right, we got to tackle the problem at the root, not by granting special favours. I drunk you, Vino. You can't go around making promises to random cater waiters. You, Mr. Sazon, but the Princess and I really got to be going. What do you feel, number 4? I do not want Vina with this guy. I wanted to pick her own guy, but this guy is not it. His mom's still in the house. Yeah, so he has no power. Literally. 2? Oh, fair. From the root. Not by granting special favours, that's fair. Vina ignored my remark. Your speech was beautiful, Mr. Sazon. Actually, it reminded me of an essay of Queen Liza's from 1883. On social contracts, yes, that one was inspiration. What were the others? The band began to play Sweetheart of Ventry City, an upbeat tune that had recently reached us from Arcadia. You know what? Tell me after this dance. She took a step closer to Manus and extended a hand to him. He looked at me questioningly. Oh! Oh, no! No, Vina, no! The Empire hasn't been leader of the party. It's like 25 seats in Parliament. Okay. Let her do it? Lord! Oh, what? Will she get very rebellious? You don't need my permission. Or one dance, then we go home. What are you feeling? Two? That's fair. You don't need my permission. Have fun out there. Vina beamed. Manus took her arm and rose from his seat. Wait, this is faster than the dances I've been learning. Do you know the steps? As a matter of fact, I do. I'll walk you through it. He led Vina out to the dance floor. Cameras flashed as the two of them started dancing. I wonder if the photographers were capturing the look in my daughter's eyes. The same one her mother had given me during our first dance together. No! Vina, no! Down it, Vita! News. Suzerain Eris gives speech about trust, but can he be trusted? Rufus gags royal gossip, Vina dances at last. President Walker boosts welfare, facing economic challenge. Bros, chill? Alright, alright. Here's a little power. Okay, okay. As long as you say it. But my eyes are on him. Read the report. Rizian oil and gas continues assessment of new gas field. Okay. We should find out relatively soon. Golconda's pilgrims demand access to Morella border. And what's going on over here? Meeting with Rusty Montoro. Let's do this one first. Considerable congregation of devout Golcondas pilgrims from Derdia and Morella have congregated at the Point Dark border crossing, seeking entry into Rizia for their sacred pilgrimage. Allowing these pilgrims to cross into Rizia could boost global image as a bastion of tolerance and compassion. However, these groups may intend to visit holy sites that are currently restricted under our laws. War Thunder stream when? I do. Piss off one of them that makes the other happy. Okay, okay. Which one are we friends with at the moment? Actually can't remember. Just allow it, fair enough. Meeting with Rusty Montoro. Mr. Rusty Man. Oh, I can't wait to attack somewhere. Somewhere. Meeting with Rusty Montoro. I wonder when I don't know. I don't think I've ever played War Thunder, by the way. Rusty, the corrupt capitalist. Ooh, we love corruption. On the banks of Bana, River in Brunners, stood at Pales Verana. Almost as opulent as my own palace, has once served as a summer residence for my ancestors, the Rubaz family. Today was home of Rossello Rusty Montoro, CEO of Rizian Royal Gold and the wealthiest commoner in the country. I stepped out into the deck of the Rizian as the yacht approached the palace private dock. Hugo and Lena were already there, gazing out at the grounds. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Palace of Verona without its watering garden is no palace at all. I think it's an improvement myself. What do you make of this, Your Majesty? Looked into the direction she was indicating. The water garden, once a tranquil oasis filled with blossoming flowers and gently burbling fountains, had been replaced with a gigantic gold-tiled swimming pool. Hideous, I hate new money. Seems practical and everyone's to the appeal of water gardens anyway. Mind me, how did Middleman take the most powerful corporation in Rizia? Got a knack for being in the right places at the right time. Legend has it he worked his way up from regional mine supervisor via a series of backroom deals and boardroom betrayals. Suddenly, a group of armed men exited the palace in single file. They positioned themselves at equal intervals around the dock. They followed us with their eyes as we disembarked and walked towards the palace veranda. As I passed the largest guard, I noticed he was wearing a badge that read Plantor Security Solutions. So, Plantor, your occasion? Bow before your king, it's another life. Plantor, your occasion? He said at me with a look of non-comprehension. Rusty rose from where he'd been sitting and rushed over to us. Antoine! That's no way to treat your royal visitors. Antoine? Rusty! The guard reluctantly bowed to me. Rusty ushered us past him and showed us to a set of chairs. The gold magnate's red hair was streaked with grey, but his eyes had a youthful mischief about them. On behalf of all of us at the esteemed Rizian Royal Gold Corporation, I do hereby extend my cordial greetings. Trailed off with a grin. Heck, I was never one for formalities. Welcome to my palace, Your Majesty. Thank you. It's a pleasure, Rusty. Thank you, Mr. Montoro. You've made it yours, haven't you? You sound welcome, but you got to send a different message. Ooh. Is Rusty good to be a friend of? I mean, he runs Rizia Gold. That's pretty serious. Being a corrupt capitalist gives me a bad vibe. I'm nice to him. Be polite, but ignore him. That's fair. It's a pleasure, Rusty. Turn to Hugo and Elena. Your Grace, Madam Treasurer, haven't had a sit down with you two since the last man wore the crown. My uncle gritted his teeth. He must be my honourable brother, His Majesty King Valero. May he rest in peace. Now, Hugo. Rusty paid his respects to the funeral like everyone else. She shook Rusty's hand. He beckoned for us to sit down as his butlers brought over water and fresh fruit. How's business? We'll get to that, Your Majesty. Settle down. Have a drink first. A shame Her Highness couldn't make it, too occupied with her latest beau. One dance does not a beau make. We'll thank you not to speculate about Princess Vina's romantic prospects. Sorry, Hugo, my daughter just happened to have arrived and said a special someone. Agreed, we keep cover our daughter's love within the family. Well, alright, I'll cut to the chase then. He sat back and unbuttoned the top of his shirt. You know there would be no Rizia without Rizian royal gold. So the partnership between your company and the monarchies benefited us both equally. Yeah, the combination has benefited us both greatly. Sure, Your Majesty. My point being, it's fair to say that what concerns me concerns this country. Right now, what concerns me is this. I picked up a piece of paper from the table next to him. It was a flyer with a few sentences written in both Rizian and Wessex. Supervisors on my mind are picking up hints that the workers are holding after-hours meetings on the subject of unsafe conditions. First step in unionising. At all. Have you tried, I don't know, improving those conditions? First step to unionising. Don't know if it'll go that far, but meeting workers' demands is like feeding zoo animals. The more you give them, the hungrier they get. Have there been any accidents later? Anything that might have triggered this? Rusty snorted. Accidents have been part of the job since the dawn of time. You used to say you weren't a real miner until you were missing a finger. What do you need all 10 of them for anyway? As long as you've got enough to swing a pickaxe. Hugo cleared his throat. Do you have a request of His Majesty, Mr. Montoro, or do you merely invite us here to complain? No complain. Not complain, warn. I'm not going to change a thing about the way my mines operate, so sooner or later this is going to land in your lap. RRG's value has been going down since we lost Zeal. Now, new safety regulations might sound fine and dandy, but there'd be a death blow to our bottom line. And we're bound when we get Zeal back, most miners and countries when regulations will apply to them. Your company will rebound when we get Zeal back. I sure hope that's in the cards, Your Majesty. That little nub of land is home to some of the fattest gold veins my company ever found. No way Wellum could mine it all in 25 years. Well, they would have tried their best. You're saying the RRG's mining operations in the region could pick up where they'd left off? Yes, ma'am. Assuming we got it back without making too much of a mess. We just stand to lose. Hard to say, implementing the regulations themselves will cost a pretty penny. What do you think will happen if we pass those costs on to our trading partners? I hit the road faster than my first ex-wife. Lena raised her eyebrows. We have been seeing more global competition on the gold market, unfortunately. But for now, our production is of high enough quality that Rumbo is willing to pay more for it. Yes, but if the price rises further still, I'd rather not admit it, but Mr. Montoro has a point. We'll find international trade zone, don't we? Well, that's the other thing. I'm sure you all know about Alna Sultana. Individual dangerous figure, first one from Cinderella. Pioneer. Pioneering pain in our behind. Woman's never picked up a chisel in her life, and she suddenly knows how to run the mitts. She started calling up for regulation over there as well, or worse, nationalisation. Morella doesn't have a unilateral power over the international trade zone. Rizia, Lesbia, and Bagsland all have a say. Guess which one of those Miss Salzana has been cozying up to on the subject? If she and Hegel get their way, Brazil will either lose its mining rights, or our boys will have to pray to Mileniev before going to work every morning. If a region takes a hit, the country right to determine how gold is mined in. Each other right to determine how gold is mined in her own country. That still leaves us in Lesbia. It's hard to say if we can count on Lesbia's cooperation, of course. They are all Bag's land, but we can't have the friendliest history. But we don't have the friendliest history with them either. We'll have to keep a close eye on this. Most of your miners' labour's hands from foreign countries, the regulations apply to them. They're fixing to have it that way, yes. The folks pushing for these restrictions, regulations, are a mix of labour hands and honest to good Rizians, with some support from the Satans to boot. I see what they're going for, I really do, but giving them everything they want would damn near bankrupt me. A little extreme, don't you think? I agree we shouldn't impose more regulations than necessary, but investing in safer and healthier employees could lead to profit in the long term, foreigners included. Rosa took a big bite of a watermelon slice and wiped the juice off his chin. Look, you know me, I don't mince words. I think you already realise that it's in both our interests for you to back me in this squabble. But hey, I'll sweeten the deal. Keep administration's nose out of RIG's business, and I'll send you back the share I took from your father. Nina pushed her chair back on me and stood up. I'm going to recuse myself from this conversation. Where's the ladies' room? Just inside. If you've never sat on a solid gold toilet, you're in for a treat. She forced a smile at the bus that escorted her out. Hugo, Rusty, and I glanced at each other. So he's trying to bribe us. Okay, seems like RRG's in trouble. Of course, we're good to sell it off. You wouldn't sell us about 50% RRG just for reason of past regulations. Any opinion on this, Hugo? The proposal is incredibly crass. Rusty. He looked at me. Increasing the share in RRG would serve as well. Besides which, giving in to workers' demands might embolden them to a more dangerous degree. You're a smart man, Your Grace. You and I should go out for beers someday. Hugo looked like he swallowed something unpleasant. Yes. Beers. I would enjoy that. I told you impudence, but I will not. Give me one reason I shouldn't have you beheaded. Oh my god! Golden Guard! And this, in my head, I've got them like the custodies in Warhammer, like the Emperor. 10,000, go! My goodness. And a big welcome to everyone who's in here at the moment. Thank you all for being here. Ooh. There's an event where you can execute 5 major characters. Wow. I made 20 minutes. Suzerain Rizia taking RG. I suppose you got me that as well. More gold revenue from Kingdom is tempting, but not if it comes at the expense of my workers' lives. The amount of my own heart resting again. I think number 3. Are you happy with me picking number 3? Good lord. Happy with number 3, that's bad. Call you Brimper. Lord, my friend. Your choice. We're quite good on money at the moment. So I'm not... Oh no, that's authority, sorry. Money was gonna always gain more. I'm quite happy without doing that. I'm not corrupt. Like him. I mean, listen to say is too much. War is expensive, it's a good point. It's a good point. But yeah, risking our workers' lives is not worth it. Listen to naysayers too much, Your Majesty. We miners know how to protect our own. I won't keep wasting your time. Do we have a deal or don't we? We need investment money. I'll accept. I'll make sure no new regulations pass on mining and you'll let the kingdom alter its state. I must refuse. I'll work on protection. Protections I will be obliged to grant to them. I will decide on regulation when the time comes. In the meantime, I promise nothing. I'll keep my hands off your mining operations. I'll sleep by myself while you're off Evo. That's it, right? I think what I'll do, I will decide on regulations when the time comes. In the meantime, I promise nothing. It's refusing his bribe, but it's not outright telling him, hey, you do one. But I will pass it in the end, because it's like, bribe is a big chunk of money. I can imagine it's a big chunk of money, but... Do you think we could get away without taking the bribe? Do you think we'd get through it without taking it, or do you think we'll have to? Because we should very soon have a massive bump in energy. Should, anyway. And I can sell that for some money if we need it. We are gaining 7 a turn, but we are investing most of that as well, which is the problem. You believe I can get away with it without taking the bribe? Well then, I will not be. This is my playthrough. Though I want to be a warlord king, my people do come first. With sudden regulations when the time comes, in the meantime, I promise nothing. Rusty shrugged. Suit yourself. Elena stepped back into the room. That was colder than I expected. The gentleman finished. Hugo practically sprang from his seat. It's been a delight, truly, but we must be headed back to Port Drazon. The hero was about to ask you to stay for lunch. So soon, Your Majesty. Yeah, I need to win. Don't worry, you'll be hearing from me. No, I was about to ask you to stay for lunch. So soon, Your Majesty. Don't worry, you'll be hearing from me. Would lunch be lovely? I guess that kind of like holds a relationship a little bit. Do you think we should stay for lunch? I know this is of no import whatsoever, most likely, but do you think we should stay for lunch? I'm wondering, this guy has a lot of money. I bet it'd make a nice lunch. Yeah, the issue of the 3 houses, all one in each other's necks. Port Drazon. There it is. House Police. I wonder what kind of, if you'd have any gluten-free. Don't worry, you'll be hearing from me. Not if you hear from me first, eh, Your Majesty? See you, Rusty. I could see him cheerfully waving from the veranda as Hugo, Elaine, and I stepped back on board the yacht. My phone trying to listen to me. Right. Country relationship updated. Neutral. Okay. Our signals joining non-aligned movement. Surveying nears completion on potentially massive new gas field in West. There. So some of our upgrades should be done relatively soon, hopefully anyway. Montaclar. From anywhere in the city of Montaclar, you could look high into the hills and see the ruins of Fortress Zaro. You can appease 2 of the 3 houses by giving them land. Oh really? That's interesting. Fortress Zaro. Expanded and fortified over the centuries, it has served as a stronghold for Sea's inhabitants from the early years of Resinid Empire until its destruction in the War of Rizzian Succession. Today, the ruins served as a symbol of Montaclar's resilience, and that of its governing house. Perhaps that is why Lucita had invited me here for a tour and a private walk. For a tour and a private talk. You want as much land as you can for yourself. That's fair. For safety's sake, a wooden walkway had been constructed over the crumbling remains of the parapets. Lucita and I walked along until we came to the northwestern corner. How delightful view, Your Majesty. From here we could look down into the valley, where the principal capital sprawled across the fast-flowing Alca River and up into the foothills of the mountains opposite us. I was preferred ocean views. I preferred the ocean over mountains myself. Spectacular. Why'd you bring me a jet to Cesaro? I remember it well from my military days. Which must have looked 1,000 years ago. I remember it well from my military days. I've come here as a child, as an army recruit and as a duchess. It's always different and always the same. The fortress was closed off for our visit, but a crowd had gathered just outside its walls. We waved down to them, then turned away, following the walkway towards the former armory. Our aides and guards stayed a respectable distance behind. I bet this is one of our marriage potentials. I bet it. I bet this is a marriage potential. Am I about right in that? Yep. Here's the question, is she a good marriage potential? Not even the Markians could destroy this place, you know. In your opinion, the best? Ooh, I quite liked her earlier, so we'll see. Only when Rizia's noble families turned against each other did it finally fall. She paused and turned to face me. It took years for the Azara and Taurus families to repair their bond. Hope our houses remain harmonious through your reign. Is in line, they will. I don't see why it wouldn't be the case. You and your relatives are still to the crown, have they not? You want me here, Duchess Rara. Nothing more than making my favourite house, Azara. The hardest to please. Great to hear you say that. Your father and mine were close, Your Majesty. General Thaddeus told me that. See, I want to say Thaddeus, but it doesn't have the H. Thaddeus told me that he felt free to express his true opinions to the king, with no fear of repercussion. Sorry, I want to ask this. I just want to say it really quickly. For anyone on it makes sense with your butler, right? With your main guy, I can tell already. But for anyone who's watching this on YouTube, what's your thoughts on the series so far? And if you've got this far, thank you so much for watching. The series doesn't get normally much like reaction, so if you're able to leave a like or a comment, it goes a really long way. So thank you so much. Sorry, Lucita bit her lip. She seemed uncharacteristically nervous. I'd like it if you and I had a similar relationship. I want to have that relationship with all of my councillors, Duchess. Nobody should feel that way to have their opinions. That's for a year. Perfect, Your Majesty. Thank you. She was smiling, but I registered slight disappointment in her eyes. Oh no! 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 Yeah, how can we not? No! That's such a good point! That's such a good point! Oh my god, I'm so stupid! That was flirting! No! Drink! Right, well, I'm going to grab another. I'm so dumb. Protag awareness. How can we when we barely know each other? Fair point, Your Majesty. Turn your eyes on a lizard that was crawling up the wall next to us. You have my permission then. Ask me anything about myself. Well, why aren't you married? As an Azaro, you should have been paired off the day you came of age. Ooh. That's a direct, like, why aren't you married? Why did you follow in the Azaro family footsteps? You could have chosen your own path in life. Let's see, do you have any hobbies? What do you think? I'm going to quickly grab another drink. I'll be back in 1 second. Listen to that noise. I don't know if it's picking it up. It's a very satisfying noise. Also, this is like day 4. Sorry, I'll speak on that close camera. This is day 4 of me being gluten-free, and I feel so much better. So for those, I wouldn't have mentioned it on the other episode of the series, but I got diagnosed with celiac like 4 days ago. And I feel so much better. Oh my god, I'm making a little mini-series on it. But should hopefully be good. Let's see. Do you have any hobbies? Search your career in your own path in life. Why was he not married? Zara showing her age. She grimaced. They had a match chosen for me, of course, but my father allowed me to break up the engagement when I joined the military. By the time I got out, I was considered too old to be of use in the marriage arena. Because women like you should have been swarmed with suitors. Because women like you should be swarmed with suitors. A wry smile formed on her face. Not so pathetic as to base my self-worth on what men think of me, but thank you for the compliment. Do you have any questions of a less intimate nature? Let's see. Do you have any hobbies? I've always enjoyed archery, when I've had the time for it. And me and my father, my father and I used to play chess together. We still do, when he has a lucid moment. Maybe you and I can play someday? She gave me a taunting look. Prepared to lose, Your Majesty. His big muscle. Compared to us like, hi! Why did she follow in the Azaro family's footsteps? You could have chosen your own path in life. My purpose chosen for me after my uncle was killed in the uprising. Even as a young girl, I knew that marked a turning point. My noble blood didn't make me safe anymore. This is the road we have to live in an uprising. The real threat isn't from the commoners, it's from the foreign powers on strong. I've lost your word. Ring true. I think that's for like kidnapping. I joined the military so I'd never get caught by surprise like that again. Drop the small talk, or that's all I wanted to know? I'm watching Dingbat. I'm watching Dingbat look at birds in a tree. There's a tree right next to my window, and it's kind of like you can see into it from here. And she always stares at birds and stuff in the tree, and occasionally a cat that likes to climb in there, and she goes ballistic and attacks the window. I just thought you brought me here because you want something. She looked at me with linty eyes. Is that so surprising? Everyone wants something from the King of Rizia. All I'm requesting is a chance to speak to you about this stultifying formality of the council. That's reasonable enough. Go ahead then. Well, Your Majesty, my house and I had questions regarding your recent meeting as slaves. Sources say you were quite deep in conservation with the house Suzerain heir. More strategic without Suzerain on my side, I won't be able to prevent another uprising. We're speaking of a repair bond between our houses. As you said yourself, Rizia can only be strong before the royal family stand together. I'm guessing in this province, during the converse with him quite a terrible breach of etiquette. 2? I think 2's a fair reply. 3? Oh, really? I'll give it a go. We were guessing his province. 2 as well. Okay. I'll do 2. I'll do 2 because that was my original thought. The Sazens were never a royal family, just a group of merchants who fancied themselves higher than their true station. The entire house is still suspected of ties to Acacia. Acacia power is lawful, no matter one by international working. Movement. It's not surprising Acacia has eyes and ears everywhere. I don't know about Manus, he seems different. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know if I like Manus or not yet, to be honest. I'm really on the line. And I don't know if that's like, I'm suddenly absorbing the dad effect. Like, my daughter rizzes for him, and I'm like, They've zinged. Or at least she zinged. I'm like, what are you doing? But he clearly doesn't want a monarchy either, so there's a bit like, debating. I'm debating, and I'm sweating like mad. Oh my god. So surprising, like, because she has ears everywhere. Robin, but he's not a radical like his dad. Okay. I don't know about Manus. He seems different. What I want you to think, keep him on occasion his allies have been endlessly inventive in their attempts to undermine us. Don't trust the man around your daughter, is all I'm saying. I swear I'll rise with this in the future. You needn't involve yourself in it. I'd like to consult with him if she wants. Surely you understand that as a modern woman. Thank you for advice. Perhaps I'll require assistance with this in the future. I'm just looking out for national security, as is my job. We come to a small grassy patch in the shade of fortress's southern wall. Lucia gestured for me to sit down. I had one more thing I wanted to bring up while we were alone. When I took over my father's position of royal council, he gave me a trove of his old files. Which between standard purchase orders and internal security reports, I found this. He reached into a pocket and folded a thin square of paper. On it was a map of Pales, overlying the outline of the Grand Duchy were arrows, diagrams of tanks and battalions, and hastily scribbled instructions. Some of them were in my father's handwriting. Look at the date, 1949. So quite another attempt on Pales, that's not surprising. Man, Triggum. Why didn't my father tell me about this? They were plotting another attempt on Pales, that's not surprising. Had this been attempted, it would have been a complete rout. Oh no, no, no! God damn it. Can I redeem it, Lord? Okay, cool. Well, glory to King Valero, but perhaps it's fortunate he died before this could be carried out. Was fortunate occurrence? Shall be skinned alive? Let me say so, but yes. Better that he died the order than just a death. 2? You good with 2? I want to double check because these could be crucial moments. I want a certain ending. 3? Oh, really? Maybe he didn't intend to carry it out. Maybe he wanted me to. She frowned. They are the Hawks. Ooh. Well, the plan was scrapped when they realised it would never work. He was dying, but we should take back the lands we were lost. I'm no conqueror. I don't understand why this even exists, though. Why does Rizia need to reconquer Pales? Timing wasn't right to conquer Pales in the 20s, but perhaps now. Ooh, we've got debates. Do we attack Pales? Do we not? I mean, we are. We are. They're the Hawks. 3. Timing wasn't right to conquer Pales in the 20s, but perhaps now. You too? I really would be with you, of course. The Azaros never got over losing their access to the sea. But I don't want to see merit in taking back Pales, at least not for historic reason. She is a hawk. Oh! I just want to wind up in the council, not your hawk of a father. And there are other reasons. Trust your guidance, that Jess. If there's a reason you think we should go toward Pales, I want to know. She looked away. I don't want to sound paranoid, but with Lesbia in ACO, Morella becoming closer to Vagsland, and the CSP, I do wonder whether our neighbour will get swallowed up in the superpower conflict. That's a legitimate worry. Look at what happened to Welland in the 1930s. Arcadia and United Continental nearly destroyed it by proxy in a rush to gain access to its oil. Now Pays might be sitting on an even more valuable resource. The environment Pales is clear, but we haven't seen any sites of CSP's as long as we can Pales are saying good. But Pales are also it's ours. And how does it involve Rizia? You must screw council so I don't really concern yourself with politics. Who compels for its own good? Shit. Think of it as a chess game. Something that's best for. Go full hawk. Okay, crap. Go full hawk. Well, light. Think of it as a chess game. Sometimes it's best to remove certain pieces from the board before it's too late. That doesn't mean I think we should attack Pales again. Using diplomacy to get them on side would be more effective tactic. Diplomacy. I've had everything. Attempts when I get so far. At some point, force may be needed. You may be right, but we should go first to. We should not be the first to initiate aggression. If you want me to, I could send a task force to Pels to monitor the situation more closely. I wouldn't even need extra funding. Your expansion of Golden Guard has created a few redundancies in our intelligence division. Such action will misinterpret as aggression. No, I want all intention to go with this country at the moment. Yeah, you good with that? Go full Hawk. She's acting a bit because she wants to be seen as a calm person. Ah, so should I... Does this require a reload? Just let me know now. If it's going to go a certain way, do I need to reload? No, it's okay, okay. But number one, send people in. I mean, I imagine we'll send people in anyway. Alright, for these, I'm just going a little pressing right now. I want to thank you for suggestion, both for aggression. I like the music as well, it's quite settling today. It's so warm in this, because you got to remember, I can't just wear this, I have to wear like a shirt underneath. It's so warm. What temperature is it right now, actually? Sorry, I want to find out what's warm for me right now in the old UK. It's 19 degrees, and I'm considering that like I'm roasting alive. Okay, that's not great. Sounds wise, do what you need to. Do. Thank you, Your Majesty. She began standing up. Yes, well, most of this you bring up such issues to counter me in the future. I don't want to go. Feel free to throw the map away, it's news to me. May I keep that map of Pales? I didn't see why not. She handed me the piece of paper. I took a last look at it. I don't think it Pales, but just in case, I'll finish what Father started, even if it takes my entire reign. Here's a reminder of Valero, the Frail's folly. Ooh! I'll finish what Father started, even if it takes my entire reign. I was thinking. If this isn't taking that path, you'll have my family's aid, as well as mine. Speaking of the military, it's nearly 4. Let me show you something. Gestured to the stone wall behind us. A metal ladder led to the top of a small watchtower, now the fortress's highest surviving structure. Lucia scaled it in a matter of seconds. Follow her. Follow to the top of the tower. From this side, we could see Camp Domus, the country's largest military training facility, stretched far into the distance, with hundreds of barracks clustered around grounds that simulated all types of terrain. From the down to the main square, a platoon of 50-some soldiers, mostly men, a few women as well, was preparing for an exercise. Remember the code. A drummer to the side of the square beat out a complex rhythm on a snare. Long, short, short, long. That's an inverted wedge, right? The soldiers snapped in a V-shaped formation, narrow at the back and widening towards the front. I can't believe they're using that system. Very impressive. The woman on the right is a little slow. Very impressive. Still the best trained soldiers in South Marcopa. Another rhythm came from the drum. 2 rim shots followed by a rapid roll. Threaded line spreading out into a herringbone. Almost unconsciously, she started moving along with the soldiers, but as she put her left foot down, the section of wall beneath it suddenly gave way. She began falling backwards. Grab her arm. I grabbed her arm and pulled her towards me to safety. She looked up at me in surprise, breathing heavily. Don't let go of her. I held onto her for a few long seconds. Her eyes softened as they met mine. Nice reflexes, Your Majesty. From below, a camera clipped. A news photographer had managed to reach the base of the fortress and captured a picture of us. She hurriedly stepped away from me, brushed herself off, and grinned to the guard and turned to the guards. Now, who the hell let that happen? You'd find this photographer and prevent the publication of this picture at all costs. Celebrate our staff, Duchess Zara, but yes, I don't want this photograph getting here. Oh! Ooh! Do we let it get out anyway? 3, yeah. Disregard that order, gentlemen. Let the papers do what they will. Lucia span around towards me. Really? I thought you wouldn't want the public to think anything was happening between us. Why not use yourself to the house to be more harmonious? Participate. Censorship of the press. I don't care what the public thinks. King of Rizia. Let them cook. Being seen with my arms around a gorgeous noblewoman will only benefit my reputation, wouldn't you agree? why not? You yourself said our houses should be more harmonious. I go number 1. She gave me a coy smile. That's true, Your Majesty. The smile was still on her face when we left the fortress. Oh, oh. I know our daughter was like, hey, Dad, what you up to? Hey. Rufus Grag's royal gossip. Level war. Such a when you say royal magnitude. Here we go. After 8 years of bachelorhood, our widowed King Bromus has responded in muscular arms of war and security councillor Duchess Lucita Azaro. The House Azaro heiress was long for and marriageable due to her age and masculine occupation. But it looks like there may be hope for after all. The highest hopes in all of Rizia, in fact. As for his majesty, he has truly gotten his late wife, Princess Lena Livingstone, is a mere distraction. The Herald welcomes all theories. Read the report. Resumed survey to have access to boundaries of Rizia's castle returned to Clockers and reported their findings. They've discovered that at least half of the field lies within 200-kilometer radius of the island, giving Rizia a claim to it. A foreign ministry has contacted Pelesian Duke Axel Reinhardt. It is expected meetings will be arranged to discuss these findings on country's next steps. Woohoo! We got it! We've got access to the biggest oil field tax subsidy. Now that we've visited all of Rizia's provinces, we have the opportunity to grant a provisional tax subsidy to one or more of them. This will reduce our government income but have a positive effect on our relationship with the province in question. So we Chris, grant subsidy to Maltakla, grant subsidy to Brennus, or don't grant any subsidies. Ooh, Lord, I will need to rely on some of your knowledge, my friend. Do I grant subsidies or should I grant them like bits of land later to make them happy? Because it seems like we have one house in the bag. I hope he didn't pick that up. That was nasty. That was the biggest clickus. If you grant them, who's who if I was? And then we'd lose 2 money a turn. That's a lot. Dangerous. To be honest, just don't do it. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I won't grant any at the moment. I won't grant any subsidies. Ah, the end of the turn. Right. This is when we need, if we can invest, it's time to invest. Right. I can't just grab that. Energy facilities, residents of work permits, migrants. We definitely oppose equal gender pay, phosphorus religious education, tenant protective laws, and there's like selling stuff, build slaves, consumer industry, excavation of Tope's ancient residence city, build military equipment factory, build Romus Taurus Hospital, university. Which would you say is the best right now for what we have? Because I know the Taurus Hospital or University can be quite good. Obviously, there's Military Equipment Factory. That's important. What would you say would be our best investment? I'm sorry, you guys might be wondering why I'm asking Lord. Now, I know Lord hasn't played too much of Rizia in comparison to the base game, but Lord has a lot of experience with the game, so I like asking his opinions. Quite a few. Build a hospital, university. Okay. Minus 1 authority, minus 2 budget. And if you can, one of the factories. 250 manpower. I think this will use our budget for the end of this turn, technically, but we'll try later. So we can't add. Oh, we maybe could do some more. Don't think we'll be able to do the bottom ones because they'll take money, but. Yeah, we haven't got the money now. sell some of my military equipment? But on a genuine point? Oh, I looked at the wrong stat, no worries. Should I sell some of the military equipment? 46, don't worry, don't worry. Should I sell some of that military equipment and get enough money? Because if we make a factory to produce military equipment, they don't sell weapons if you go to war. Yeah, that makes a fair point, actually. That's fair, that's fair. Well, we built the hospital. We can't really sell our energy because I don't know when we're actually going to start gaining that back. So that's just a bad idea. Actually, you see what I mean? If we then built the equipment factory, we'd gain 500 a turn. It only takes 2 turns. So if I sell, I'd have the budget to build this. Do you think that's worth it? Because it's only going to cost that to sell, right? Yeah, sell 500, we get this immediately. What's your thoughts? Because we'll gain it back in 2 turns. We don't go to war immediately, and then we'll actually be gaining that every turn. So that's 2 budget technically per turn, extra in just guns. Well, then do it. Yeah, that's my thoughts too. Woohoo! And then we go back to the bottom. Let's build it. Let's build it. Ah, but we should have, in technical terms, when should that be built? 2 energy per turn. Build the uni instead. Do you think the uni is going to be better? Oh! But is that per turn or is that once? Or does it add bonuses that I won't know about? Defense industry and resource production with technical cities. Furthermore, we could future leaders and thinkers. As bonuses, alright, we'll do the university. And then we'll save up money to rebuild the other thing. Nice. New university dedicated to Romus Taurus intellect. Let's do it next. Like calming the popular. Okay, okay. So we have over here Sanctuary Expansion. Up to the north, obviously, Intelligence Hub, Romus Hospital, Romus Taurus University. In the south, we have the Escaris Gasfield Expansion. Let's continue. Tick tock, tick tock. Chapter 2, Between Seas. Ooh. Got achievement complete. Rizia Chapter 1. Ah, we're through Chapter 1. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, Royal Decree. Something's changed. What's been added here? Let's see it. So, second batch of military equipment to market. Okay, okay. Oh, we lose authority if we... Ah, so we lose authority if we keep doing it. I know we lose authority anyway, jeez. Commence the Zabana, hydroelectric dam. Little tank factory. I want to do all of these, but not yet. We'll wait till the end of the turn like last time. Be sure. Cancel meeting here. Protests. Let's look at the news first. Read the report. Asnora's slot to Salabes Sanctuary opens. Nice. I'll be them happy. Monkers react to protesters. Authority is not lacking resource in this run. Yeah, we seem to be doing very well authority-wise. So 7 a turn, 6 a turn, and 0 right now, but something will finish within the next turn or 2. I believe. Like, next turn, we should have that up. Substantial crowd has amassed at the Palace Taurus gates in Monkiz, vocalizing their concerns over the lack of access to high-quality education and healthcare services. Some voicing concerns with increasingly difficult living conditions. The Crown can choose to disperse them, allow their peaceful protest, or offer assurances to improve welfare spending across the nation. We've already done some health and welfare ones. Disperse protests by force, allow protests. Wish I'd check that while we're on this. Huh, I didn't even know this. Oh, that was a place. No, I know. I wish I could check it to see what the welfare ones were. I think she did not furnish those waterproof. Oh, so offer assurances, right? That will keep the people happy. And we're not, like, having protests in our city. The thing you did are not finished, so they will improve. Will fulfill free. Oh, then... We're increasing it. We're offering. Fart increase. Stay increase. Stay increase. Oh, they increased, actually. Meeting here. Monkeys, read the report. Protests at Palace Gates. Thousands of protesters gathered outside the Monkeys Palace, complaining about the state of our welfare system. After rousing speeches by local community leaders, the crowd slowly started to dissipate, with the protests over by an early evening. Literally. Council meetings at the Pell's gas dispute. I had called a council meeting in Fort Ailes to discuss our strategy in the Pell's gas dispute. The city was named after its most famous building, a Valgish fortress that now serves as the government headquarters of the Pell's administrative district. Dingbat's behind me. Oh, back see her. Yeah, you saw Tate. You see the bum? And there she is. Queen Dingbat. Woohoo, the bum. Titus escorted me down the hallway to the nondescript conference room. Lorenzo, Lucita, Elena, and Hugo were already waiting. Medora had requested to stay home this time around, claiming she was feeling unwell. I took a seat across from Lucita. Look at her. We made eye contact for a brief moment. She blushed. The other councillors studiously trained their eyes away from us. We see nothing, Your Majesty. We see nothing. Good morning, Your Majesty. Should we fill you on the situation so far? Yes, please. I'll take it from here. As you know, our joint team of researchers recently completed their assessment of the gas field between Pales and Rizia, tentatively nicknamed Aureus. The Rizian surveyors determined that the field lay in both Rizian and Pelesian territory. However, a few days after our teams returned to port, we received the news that the Pelesians have made a different decision. Duke Reinhardt is now under the impression that the entire gas field belongs to Pales. He's ordered the exploratory drilling begin immediately. Rizia had a worried look in her face. A Pelesian drillship departed from the port of Rumaz at 0800 this morning is expected to reach the field by this time tomorrow. Majesty, I've advocated for a caution regarding Pales in the past, but this strikes me as highly concerning. We cannot ignore this obvious provocation. Concerns. I share these concerns such as Pelesian were outlined to send that ship. Cool. Oh! Well, that needs oiling. Now it's time. No, it is time for war! It's time for war! It's beginning! I'm going for a pee before we start war. Woohoo! What is that war? She's down into a little nest. She's behind me being very cute. That's that cheating Duke. Hello, Jace. How are you, my friend? Right. Aggression. So we cannot ignore this obvious provocation. Hugo casts a sidelong glance at my use of Lucita's first name. Provocation or not, it indeed mustn't be ignored. I called this meeting today to decide our course of action. We meet with Duke Reinhardt in 2 days, by which time the ship will have reached its destination. It is my hope that the Pelesians are still open to negotiating the field's ownership, and that this is just a tactic to give them an edge. You're getting ahead of yourself, Lorenzo. The king should be informed about this dispute as possible before heading to Pales. You're right as usual, Miss Werner. I want to know everything I can about the disputed field. Then where should we start, Your Majesty? Well, why is this a dispute? I thought our maritime borders were clear. They've been shifting for the past century. The late Empire of Valgos. The late Empire of Valgos used to control the waters between Pels and Selequibis, but the area came into question when the islands joined Rizia in 1855. Since then, both Rizia and Pels have variously claimed ownership of these waters and the resources therein. The borders that Rizia recognises today are the ones defined in the 1942 AN Directive on Offshore Resources, According to those, the field should be split almost exactly evenly between our two nations. And yes, Andor, a nation that has sovereign rights to any undersea gas and oil wells located within 200 kilometers of its coast. In the case of overlap, no one country may exploit those resources without the other's agreement. It's clear Pales is breaking the law by claiming sole ownership. Technically, no. Reinhardt's predecessor signed Andor, but the Duke has yet to ratify it. The Pelesians furthermore state that that sparsely populated island, Lequibiz, should not have the same maritime radius as mainland Rizia. Not upon the international court. This Barajar Island, they will pay for their impertinence. So sorry, I wouldn't hold them in national court. That's debatable, Your Majesty. With enough legal firepower and international support, Pels could have a case. Don't know how much the gas field contains. I don't have exact numbers, but Sova confirmed that it's a lot. Like possibly more than the current natural gas reserve of Rizia and Pels combined. In other words, whichever country controls the Aurus field will become Mokopa's next energy superpower. Does Rizia need the gas from the field? I'll be blunt, Your Majesty, our existing gas reserves are dwindling. Our expansion of the Equirus field will increase gas production through access to even half of Aurus would yield better results. President Alfonso was pleased enough with our trade deal that he hinted at offering it as a stake in his own gas company, Gason. Next year's Swordish elections may jeopardise that effort. I was promising nonetheless, follow up that lead if you can, just as well if you had enough dealings with swords. Once I slip in the polls already, I wonder who the next guy will be. sorry, I gotta do it. Too early to tell, you could still pull off a win. Swordish or otherwise, we could really use the gas to bolster our overall energy reserves. And we can't forget about the contract we signed with Rumberg. We were exporting and making good on our energy obligations already. That's enough information, I'm ready to discuss our response. Very well. Lucia raised a hand. Actually, I have some additional information that could influence our response. By all means, Tasha Cesaro. Go on. Took out a photograph. It showed a number of men in business suits boarding a large vessel. Our intelligence in Pales managed to get a visual on boat before it departed. This man here is a representative from Less Power, the Lesbian Energy Corporation. Hugo stared at her coldly. I was not informed that we have active intelligence operating in Pales. His Majesty and I made the decision to establish it. You're involved in this, Your Majesty. I thought the Welland investigation took full precedence. It was my idea. I believe the same, but she convinced. Working an eye, and that turned out to be the case. It did, Your Majesty. I would humbly ask my fellow councillors to focus on the content of these findings, not the methods used to obtain them. As you go, I won't turn against the Duchess. All colleagues here, actually, I don't understand how this changes anything. New person, Lesbia, are in cahoots. I do find it worrying that Lesbia is so heavily involved in this expedition. What this evidence provides is that not Pales alone is setting its claim to the field, and Lesbia and by extension ATO is after that gas and all the money and power that comes with it. This photo sends a different message to me. Could it be possible that Lesbia pressures Pales into claiming the field and sending the ship? And if so, could we use that fact to drive a wedge between the two? Alternately, we could find a compromise that involves all three of our countries. No compromise with Lesbia as well. They'll steamroll over first chance. I want to leave Lesbia out of it. Spears for Rizia and Pales. Umbrella and their Icelandian friends get involved. They won't be happy with an ATO member drilling so far south. Ooh, what's a good vibe for this option? Because I don't want to. I feel like Lesbia is going to be involved no matter what, and they're going to be powerful. We've got to be careful on that front. Got to be very careful. I'm sorry, the crown's had to come off for a little bit, Jace. It was very, very hot in the UK today. It's 19 degrees, but this flat is very, very insulated, so it gets even warmer. So it's the hot one at the moment, so the crown had to come off. Otherwise, I would have been too uncomfortable. But what supports my friends? No compromise when Lesbia is involved. That feels very warlord-like, which is kind of what I'm going for. And to find out more about Lucia Rizia. Oh, she thinks about trying to wear the crown.
my goodness, she's the King of Rizia all along.
The Queen in this case. I'm back. How close to war are we to war? Well, I wanted to ask you your opinion, Lord, on what we should do at this point. Should we say there is no compromise where Lesbia is involved, they'll steamroll us over at the first chance? I think we're getting close to war at this point. I want to leave Lesbia out of it. This dispute is between Rizia and the ships. I like how the DLC completely flips all nations on the head. For any nations in the Swordsland campaign are enemies and vice versa. Literally. So what were our friends in that one are completely different to this one. I think there's no compromise where Lesbia is involved. The steamrollers in the first chance. Know what Lesbia protectionism is like. Lorenzo, the Republic isn't exactly keen on sharing resources. I don't have a pain expression on his face. I still don't think we should give up on the possibility of negotiation. I know you and Duke Reinhardt don't have much of a rapport. It might not be too late to come to an understanding. I don't want to come to an understanding. I want to crush his Grand Duchy to smithereens. Oh my god! He ruined his chances of sending an understanding when he sent that ship. The ship has not started drilling yet, so it doesn't intend for it to do so. Perhaps we should at least discuss our diplomatic options. Are we leaning towards any particular outcome? Is there a way we can claim the entire field for Rizia? Swordsland just had a revolution executing their king. Not without major diplomatic repercussions, I'm afraid. No matter which maritime boundaries you look at it, it's clear that half the field lies in Pelesian territory. The only way for Rizian oil and gas to access the entire field would first to purchase their exploration rights from Pales. Sounds costing our vision. What would be a certain route to rewards? Rewards. And Rizia is a monarchy. Fair. Make our gas extraction dependent on the conditions. No thanks. Read your Majesty, I don't forget about Lesbia's involvement. We know for a fact that Les Power has designs on the gas field. If we want the rights, we'll have to outbid them. Before that, we'll have to convince Duke Reinhardt that Rizia is a trustworthy partner. It might be possible. Reinhardt still seems to trust you more than your father, Your Majesty. I'm going to visit the Pellers. Well, Pellers do the entire field. There's a monarchist alliance. I would welcome any other suggestions from my councillors. If I may, Your Majesty. We still have not decided what to do about the Pelesian drill ship. I like the idea of it being present in the gas field during our negotiations, but I don't see a way to stop it. Must be something obvious. Pelesians must not be allowed to get away with this. We shouldn't immediately interpret the ship as provocation. This could be misunderstanding. I know this whole dispute will go on. But seems very careful what you do here. It can make or break your run coming up. Well, we're aiming for war, Jace. That's been our kind of thing the entire time. We want to go to war. So, we'll do it. I have an idea, Your Majesty, but my fellow councillors won't like it. She spoke slowly, as if thinking out loud. With His Majesty's blessing, the Rizian Navy could surround the field, preventing the drill ship from reaching its destination. Lorenzo looked up in outrage. In your right mind, young lady, the Navy would be escalating the situation. Young lady, you know you've come from a different generation of people where the address was completely out of line. Second, that military response could have disastrous consequences. It's not a outlandish suggestion. We already have established that Pels is violating international law. We're on the verge of reconciling with Pels after all these years. It would shatter our chances. The Duchess is not talking about sinking the drill ship, Mr. Squibble. Lorenzo looked at her indignantly. A blockade could keep the field clear until His Majesty has a chance to speak with Duke Reinhardt. If we end up in arbitration talks, Pels have an established presence in the Aureus field that would give them an unwarranted edge. That settles it. I want us to have a fighting chance to claim our rightful part of the field. Even so, risk doesn't seem worth it. I'm hesitant to feel what the Yeti retaliates. Unless we are literally testing the waters with us. If we let them reach the field, we've already lost it. I agree that certain Rizian sovereignty is the utmost importance, especially knowing that we're about what we know about Lesbia's involvement. Just don't end up like Valyria Lance. No, I will claim Pales. That's the difference, Jace. I will take Pales on this crown. I'm wary of miring ourselves in another conflict. What are Pelesians call our bluff? That's a concern, Your Grace. We have a capable navy. We don't want to outgun Pales. We won't be able to outgun Pales if it comes down to that. It's not the decision to take lightly. I understand the implications, but I fear we have no choice. We will institute a naval blockade of Gasford immediately. I do not take Duke Reinhardt's violation of law lightly either. I know will show him that Rizia cannot be intimidated or the blockade plus one authority. I agree, and I think we should exercise caution. I will meet with Duke Reinhardt before signing our next steps. I will see your manipulation, Duchess Cesaro, and will not give in or refrain from provoking Pales. Well, we kind of want to. Send in the ships! I was going to send in the ships. We want war! Rizia nodded, and Lorenzo exchanged a troubled glance. As you wish, Your Majesty. I'll make the order right away. Lorenzo attempted to smile. This will add a tense background to negotiations, to say the least, but I have faith it will all work out for the best. That's the spirit, Lorenzo. I'm sure our ships will only be in the place for a few days at most. I'll adjourn the meeting so Duchess Cesaro may begin preparations. I'll inform you of the Navy's position prior to departure for Pales. Send in the Navy! The Navy! I fully expect a peaceful resolution. This is just a precaution. Duchess, I need to be counted on. Thank you all for your time. Meeting drew to a close. So I sleep this night in Fort Ailes, wondering what would happen when the Rizia Navy reached its destination. It shall be mine! News. Occasion secures Pyrrhic victory in South Xeno conflict. Rizia will read the report. Wellner restricts access to Zil region. Wellner has refused to travel to Zil region, making it particularly hard for non-Wessex citizens to visit the region. Local officials have cited security risk and further terror attacks as reason for contemporary measure. Navy deployed to Aureus Gasfield. Daddy and Gold Columnist communities sheltering the theft. What's going on out here then? I believe so, yes. Oh no, we might have done the Air Force. We might have done the Air Force. We either did Air Force or Navy. I feel like it might have been the Air Force. Meet with Duke Reinhardt. Red of another request support an uprising. What's this? With instability in key states of the Confederacy. I did do Air Force. With instability in key states of the Confederacy, such as the Sultanate of Ragkara, Holy Isles of Pengavi, and the Duchy of Tamarin, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Prince Consort Kabuin Sang Tam leads the effort to maintain monarchic control and suppress the uprising, but their resources stretch thin. In a request for great solidarity, Vendonism turns to a guild for assistance. I know the Navy will matter if we go to war. Navy will matter if you go to war, but an Air Force? Bomb them. They cannot approach the land if they don't have any ships. Ships can't fly, Jace. Ships can't fly. Should we give them financial aid or energy reserve? Obviously, we're going to be getting energy soon, but money we always need. What's your thought, gentlemen? What's your thought? Ignore Grace. Oh, really? Are you sure? Just ignore Grace. Alright. I'll ignore him for now. Oh, I guess they're not going to like us too much. Yeah, unfriendly. Unfriendly. I mean, we don't care about Lesbia at the moment. Oh, we don't care about Pales either, admittedly. Rizia! And our construction's going. Ignore Grace. I'll add commies instead. Okay. No events. Right, let's get in there. Oh well, it's what it is. It's what it is. Meeting with Duke Reinhardt. I haven't been to Pales in many years. Commies hate you, but you hate them less than Pales. I hate you less than Pales and Lesbia fair. I haven't been to Pales in many years. Titus and I stood side by side, peering out the window of Castle Reinhardt. Grand Duchy. Oh, Dingbat stood next to me like a little cutie. Grand Duchy's royal residence was built on the foundations of an ancient Haliaco, one of the stone foundations that gave Pales its name. After his coronation, Duke Axel Reinhardt had fired an up-and-coming local architect to expand the old building into a swooping, bulging wooden glass structure that seemed almost alive. The reception room had been moved to the top floor and boasted enormous curved windows with a view of the Pales skyline. Its soaring angular skyscrapers were unlike anything built in Rizia. This is the Pearl of the Antiseum. An unimpressed captain. I'm a simple man, sir. Give me the classicism of Pale's resonate over whatever this is. Titus glanced around us. We've been making little headway with the Suzerain investigation, by the way. Your cousin's associates have been less than cooperative. Even if they're innocent in the Welland bombing, I suspect they still have something to hide. About the other investigation order. Still in the works, sir. It's too sensitive to assign to anyone else, so I'll have to pick it back up when we have significant time in the capital. A panel in the wall slid open, and a secretary clad in pastel mini-dress emerged. She motioned for me to enter. Into the breach, said Titus, ought to be quick, make yourself comfortable, this might be well. Into the breach. Good luck, sir. The secretary announced my entrance. I stepped into a room and was greeted by Duke Reinhardt. Oh, she sat next to me like a little cutie, I love this. The Pelesian ruler was tall and square-jawed, with looks out of an adventure serial. I recalled that the tabloids had nicknamed him Duke Dashing. He maintained eye contact as he bowed to me. Your Majesty, a pleasure to finally meet you. Be pleasant. Bow. Don't do Reinhardt's bow. He spread his arms out wide. How do you like my castle? Very modern, it's breathtaking. Breathtaking. He raised an eyebrow. Wasn't sure about it myself. When you're the leader of such an advanced economy, there's always pressure to keep up with the times. You know how it is. The secretary left, closing the door behind her. The Duke and I took seats on opposite sides of the wooden conference table. His posture was casual, even as he regarded me with intensity. I'm honest with you, Your Majesty. I never expected my brother to abdicate. I was perfectly happy living a life of leisure, coasting off the family fortune, during the odd celebrity rendezvous. You didn't have to take his place. Life's full of surprises, Your Grace. We get down to negotiation. Wait, which celebrities? Didn't have to take his place. Oh, but I did. Somebody had to step up to protect the Grand Duchy. He sighed and slid a report across the table towards me. The security minister woke me up at midnight with this. I'm sure that Pels has every right to begin drilling the glorious grassfield. Now our ship finds itself at standoff with the Rizian Navy. Tell me, Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Could send a drill such an act of provocation, and no choice but resigned. Then we'll not notify my governor. Oh, Lord Jace! Devil on one shoulder, devil on the other, free. That is a good point. I did like that. You may not have shown hostility towards Pels, Your Majesty, but many in your government have. Defending that ship was a way of asserting Pelesian sovereignty. Sovereignty, your family only came to power because of this empire put you there. Now your empire is gone. Sovereignty only exists because of lesbian support of Pels will crumble. Please, Your Grace, let's not get in bad blood between our families for our present relationship. Respect your sovereignty, it doesn't mean you can steal our gas from us. Ooh, do that. Hello. What's a good choice? I'm just thinking. 4. Sovereignty doesn't mean you can steal gas from us. It's fair. It is disrespectful to claim that our sovereignty of our nation, however young, is equal to that of a neglected speck of a Rizian island. Saw intensity in his eyes. You know, Your Majesty, we Rhinos have ruled Pales for as long as the Tauruses have ruled Rizia. Yes, Pales was part of the Valgos Empire, but we developed our own laws and customs, even our own language. We're stuck in the land, we can't help you, good luck! When the Empire fell apart, we were supposed to do, simply give up everything we'd built. No, I suppose not. Seems to end it was your time. I was good have kept his idea, we can't decide if it rejoined Rizia. Your father would never have allowed that. Even if he had, my family would never have agreed. They had too much pride. So they accepted help from Lesbia, the only country willing to support independence. Not independence, but making you dependent on them. Your family was to realise notice of doing so were left pure. Would never have put them in that position. Grace, my country. You should never have been put in that position, no. You support your independence by making you dependent on them. By making us wealthy, by giving us the capacity to defend ourselves against aggressors like you. Now that Lesbia is an ATO, they won't want to be connected to a monarchy for long. You'll have your overthrow in the first chance to get. I understand why Pels accepted Lesbia's aid, but now that Morella is in league with Vagsland, you could get cooperative powers. Have you met the new Prime Minister yet? Do you trust him? Do you trust him? Do you plan to do? Now. Ooh, I think 4 is quite a bold, like, 2? So, it's only cooperative 2 superpowers. But, his gaze hardened as he looked at me. Not as long as we have a bargaining chip, and we do, right at the bottom of the Antiseum. So you see, Your Majesty, we can't let Rizia take it from us. Not without a fight. Well done, Your Grace, we have no intention to start a fight. It's a fight you want. It's a fight you'll get. I think number 2, you're not the only country of obligations, and the gas field is large enough to be split. A compelling argument, but we won't cede the field to you for nothing. I think 2 is it. Okay, that's fair. Fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Are you sure, Your Majesty? Remember what happened in the 1920s? Yes. We heard you beat until you went around to Lesbia. Yes, a lot of good men fighting pels. Remember better than you. You weren't even born. Then you know how unwise it was to revoke my Grand Duchy. I will give you one chance. Withdraw your navy and we have a reasonable discussion about the gas field. Absolutely not. My ships are staying where they are. If we can move forward, then fine. I'll call off my ships with immediate effect. My ships aren't moving. Duke Reinhardt paled. He swallowed before speaking. That's it then. There's no choice but to call the AN for arbitration. Great, we need to rule that Pels acted in direct violation of the AN on offshore resource. Later. If it is said, so it is, so it will be. What's happened disrupting disputes man to man. That'd be good. I don't know, I feel like number 2. I've seen it before, I wanted to try it. Never cared for those old sayings. I saw it's a promise. We shall translate into actions. You're right about that. In the event, I hope you'll send your ships away peacefully once you lose. Once you regress, you'll find no support from the rest of South Makopa. Who do you think we will lose? Remember that we have grace on our side. Respect whatever they decide as long as the judgment is fair and unbiased. Grace on our side. This is the 20th century, Your Majesty. Dying monarchies don't have much clout as they used to. He reached under his desk and pressed an intercom button. Hilda? Be a doll and show His Majesty the way out of the building. Wouldn't want him getting lost. Sat back in his chair and scrutinised me closely. You do understand that as long as your navy's in our waters, we are obliged to send our ships to join yours. Hello, Red, my friend! By all means do. Invest in Furious ships, you mean. You don't want to test the strength of the Pelesian Navy. I truly hope that we can come to peaceful resolution through the Alliance of Nations, for your sake, mostly. Duke Reinhardt's secretary opened the door. He stood up and gestured me to do the same. I'll see you in court, King Robus. Then Duke Liner. See you on the battlefield. I rejoined Titus in the reception room. I followed Hilda through the winding corridors to the front door. We stepped outside into the warm, waning sunlight. He waited until we were out of the building's shadow to speak. How did it go, Your Majesty? Not great at all. And your father's death. We have a hand on him. You may yet have the chance to avenge your father's death. Titus nodded wordlessly. We got into the car and began the long trip back to Port Drazen. Right, I've cooled down a little bit now. It's going back on. Oh, it's going back on. It's warm. So, oh, ow, my ears. Pardon me. Right, news. What? CS Marine range missiles in Samsonia base. Diplomatic situations, Andorus RS arbitration procedure. Makes sense. On Kiz. Cool, Prime Minister Alvarez, and what's going on over here? 10 House of Delegates session. Decide whether to attend the session or not. Probably will. What's the other thing that's appeared now? Is it remove our ships? Expand Fort Els Naval Base, expand Terrador Air Force Base, strengthen the Pales border fortification. Ooh. Ooh. Upgraded airstrike capacity on completion. Oh, interesting. Fort Els Naval Base. 1 Marines on completion, 1 military ship on completion, and per turn. Oh, we're getting a lot. We'll focus on all those at the end of the turn. Airstrikes and shit. I can imagine so. Like in real life. Monkeys, we'll call Prime Minister Alvarez first. It's been a week since my meeting with Duke Reinhardt in Pales. The Alliance of Nations has accepted our request to arbitrate ownership of the Oris gas field. Preliminary hearings were to begin soon. In the meantime, Lesbian Prime Minister Patricio Alvarez had contacted Lorento asking to speak with me. I just need to take this over. That's what needs to happen. Let me come back open. And naval base. Oh, there's debates. I'll think at the end of the turn for what we'll do. I was spending the week at my command center is the most important though. I didn't see the command center. We'll have a peek at that after. I spent the week at my palace in Moncade. Lorento visited to brief me ahead of the phone call. He stepped in front of my desk and bowed. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Trust you well, Mr. Frugal. Well enough, but I must say I'm worried about the increasing tensions in South Makopa. Romanbergian allies have expressed their support for our naval blockade as expected, and they are sure to be of use during an AN arbitration process. However, the nation of Morella has yet to support and announce us. The same goes for Derdia. Meanwhile, my request for Welland to give an updated timeline on the Zeal handover has been repeatedly ignored. I'll do my best to diffuse tensions as formerly rumours to diffuser. I understand the President Smolak may have lingering security concerns of the bombing. To hell with Welland. If they won't give us Zeal back, we'll just have to take it back from them. So not everything we can do. President Smolak can't keep holding on to Zeal. However, he smoothed one of the ends of his moustache. We have filed a complaint with the Alliance of Nations. Presumably, this will be addressed during the upcoming South Makopan session. I will do a Rizia playthrough of 3.0 as out there. For now, though, we have Prime Minister Alvarez to worry about. Why do you think he's calling? Did my father ever talk to him? How trustworthy is he? So the only reason he entered politics was to avoid going to jail? No charge has successfully been levied against him. In my opinion, he has only been trusted to protect his own best interested. What do you think he's calling? Did my father ever talk to him? His Manchi Valero died mid-months after Alvarez won the 1949 election. He must have sent his obligatory congratulations in private, though. He referred to the young man as the Viper in a diaper. And why do you think he's calling? Well, can't be happy that AN arbitration is delaying Lespia's access to the Aureus gas field. His country's energy demands have skyrocketed since joining the ATO. I've heard rumours of massive new infrastructure investment, naturally involving the Prime Minister's own construction company, Alvarez Industries. I've heard he's an alcoholic. Ferrer is the world leader who does not enjoy a little drink on the job, or a big one. But no, Alvarez has apparently acknowledged the problem and entered a rehabilitation program. He's a sober or not priestess for now. That'll be all. I'm ready for the phone call. Very good, Your Majesty. I'll meet you afterwards for a debriefing. An assistant brought in the blue telephone that was used for calls with heads of state. At 3:01 PM, it rang. Good afternoon, King Romus. This is Patricio Alvarez. Oh, we can do. This is His Majesty Romus Taurus, ruler of Rizia, commander of Royal Rizian Armed Forces, Duke of Lencris, protector of Rizinid Empire. How are you, Mr. Alvarez? How's everything in Lesbia, Mr. Prime Minister? I'm just checking something. Give him the full name. I think that is it's a power play. Quite the mouthful. You may be as long as your titles. You must have some idea why I'm calling. Something to do with the gas bill, I assume. I suspect the reason involves pearls. Your suspicions are correct. I heard him sign the other end of the line. Here I am, about to land the gas deal of a lifetime. Then my business partner calls me up and tells me you have to wait for AN arbitration. You can see the field without fight. I'm only observing protocol, Mr. Roberts. You could do the same if I lay claim to one of Lespia's resources. It isn't your resource, Your Majesty. My legal counsel is a crystal clear case with Legion ownership of the gas field. You can talk about Andor rules all you want, but in the end, it's going to come down to your word versus ours. What do you think of us? Think has more sway with the Alliance of Nations. You're bluffing an A and we'll have choice beside Rizia. I understand I might lose, but I'm not going to back down on this. If you want Rizia to give us a claim on the gas field, you're going to have to present one hell of a counter offer. A and will have no choice beside with Rizia. You're bluffing. I'm sure about that? 100% absolutely sure. So if you want, I have a proposition for you. No promises, but I'm listening. Do we go hardcore? Just like, nope, not interested at all. We're going to take this from you. Oh, what a big one. These are moral support. As As you plan to go to war, that's fair. Sorry, not interested. At least hear me out first. When following such a deal, it seems to me like you could use our help with this debacle. What debacle? Our countries have an agreement. Thanks, but I have everything under control. The President Smolak has promised to return Zeala's schedule, despite the recent incident. Sure, there's going to be big lesbian support in the war would be big. They support Pales, though. Not in so many words. He's a slippery man, Smolak. You won't get your territory back unless you tighten your grip on him. Area of plan, it doesn't involve Lesbia. We're offering to intervene, Mr. Prime Minister, and what would you propose to do? How much do you propose we do that? You catch flies with honey, not vinegar. Catch flies with honey, not vinegar. I'm not going to risk. What do I mean, to be fair, Jace, you've missed parts where we've been planning to go to war the entire time with basically everyone. So we're making our stance. Offering to intervene, Mr. Prime Minister. How do you suppose we do that? Flies with honey, not vinegar. Want a war run? I was going to say. No, but we're not trying to do anything. We just want war. I think number 4, by the way. Catch flies with honey, not vinegar. They hate Lesbia so much they help you. So happy one? I already have a plan that doesn't involve Lesbia. All I'm suggesting is we pitch from the sidelines. But we can do behalf of the upcoming AN session, for example. Please, let's go have a claim on the gas field for that little. Fortunately, Rizia needs actual we need help from Wellen. I'm trying to get you special allies to help in the war. I get that. Or what about both then? See the Oris field pales. In addition to the assistance I just promised, I'll sell you 1/4 of the exploration rights. Oh, I might have missed it. I don't know I can trust you. You're a bargain on your end for the attack case. There's no some Stravos are right to begin with. I've forgotten how I hold my cards here. My navy is feel surrounded right now. Crap, it's too late. I wonder what will happen if you forced to use it. Let's say you're feeling especially charitable right now. Withdraw your claim and your ships and I'll sell you that 25%. You may be so, but I don't believe for a second that you've changed your ways. You're not the bogeyman my council made you out to be. What of the assistance well in that still stands? What now? How do I get out of this? 2. So we're going to change your ways. You don't have to believe me. All you have to do is say yes. Fine, I'll withdraw both the Risen Navy and I'll claim in the field in exchange for 25% of gas rights, -2 budget, -1 budget per turn. No chance. We will not back down that easily, Mr. Alvarez. We will proceed with arbitration. My navy will stay in place. We're fudged. No, shush, shush. That's 2 budget, Majesty. We've had a long fight. We have a long fight ahead of us. I want to go to war. I want to try out the mechanic. I've not used it. It's one I've been wanting to use the entire time. I know. It's fine, Jace. It's fine. I hope for a civil and peaceful legal process. This is Pell's fight, not yours. You're right, Your Majesty. Let's not get directly involved. For now. See you in Kairut. Such a beginning, Mr. Minister. When that happens in this is you lose / stalemate the war. Pleasure speaking with you, Mr. Law. Mr. Prime Minister, I look forward to it. So I goodbyes and hung up. There was a while wondering what I had gotten myself into. Were Duke Reinhardt and Prime Minister Alvarez right? Was I doomed to lose this battle? Free news. Rizian Navy asserts sovereign rights to the new gas field. All eyes in South Macopa at upcoming AN session. Gas field standoff. Rizia sends Navy to Pelesian waters. Just out of law. What's this? Look in the report. Pell sent Navy to Aureus Field. Ooh. Colonel refuses to roll the Rizia Navy from the borders of the Aureus gas field. Duke Reinhardt has sent an equal number of Pelesian naval reinforcements to patrol the vicinity. Deployed officers warns of potential escalation. Good. And House of Delegate session. Or not. Again, royal decrees. I can't wait to enact some juicy ones. The Rizin People Party leader Manus Sazin has invited the king to attend a session of the House of Delegates. He's slated to propose what he's called the landmark proposal regarding the rights of workers in Rizia. Should we attend? Attend? Yeah, attend the session and give the final ruling on the proposal in question. News, more news. Emirate report decline in East Makopa economic integration. Arcasia extends aid to impoverished cities. Visit the House of Delegates. Evening conversation in Queen Mother Estella. Visit the House of Delegates. I walked down to the palm tree lined path that connected Palace Resna to the nearby House of Delegates. Across the ornate palace, the house was essentially a plain concrete box. Stripped down appearance reflected its hurried construction. The only adornment was a phrase chiseled above the entrance, as populat Rizziati to the Rizian people. I made my way down the hall to the meeting room. Hugo rose to greet me as I entered the empty chamber. We took our seats atop the raised wooden platform in the centre of the room. Directly below the platform were two podiums, one for each speaker. Wooden benches for the delegates were arranged in a circle around us. Welcome, Your Majesty. Good morning, Your Grace. How are you today? How are you, Hugo? As usual, Your Majesty. The Pale's naval standoff has me rather on edge. Not as this insurance in case things go south at the AN. I trusted that Cesaro is capable of the escalation if necessary. Clock struck 10 and the delegates filed in. Each wore a satin sash in traditional colour of his or her province. Red for the Rizia Imperii, blue for Monkeys, yellow for the Cardis Montacula, and green for Brenna. Next came the speaker. House leader Daria Di Rava walked out in a well-tailored crimson suit. She had a brisk gait and impeccable posture. The other delegates practically held their breath as they waited on her to take her place. He said she's a loyalist? Which house does she belong to again? Remind me. How long? Maybe we can know immediately. House of Coalition, House of Delegates, clear. Rizia Imperii, so it is us. She's a loyalist? Quite right. In all of the sessions I've attended, she has never made a decision that doesn't align with the interests of House Taurus. Note the approving tone in his voice as he spoke of her. Next came Manus Sazin, clad in a black suit with a forest green silk tie. He waved to his fellow delegates, then to me. Wave back. Oh, 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 eee. Oh, don't put us in this position. But then my daughter likes him. I don't want to burn his bridge completely, but I find him an odd one still. I'll wave. I'll be nice. I opened the golden bell and rang it once. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to call this meeting of the House of Delegates to order. Today we are humbled by the presence of His Majesty King Romus. Long may he reign. The cries of long may he reign echoed among the delegates, particularly those in red and blue sashes. Not to be here, Madam Speaker. Say that louder. I'm here to serve you, esteemed delegates. I look forward to your recommendations. It is an honour to be here, Madam Speaker. She smiled and continued. The Rizian People's Party has prepared a proposal that Mr. Sazin will submit before the delegates in His Majesty. The delegates will vote on whether to accept or reject it, but this is a non-binding recommendation. The ultimate authority rests with the King and the Royal Council. She flipped open a binder. Today's session was regarding Rizian Worker Protection Acts. Mr. Sazin, would you like to explain more? Gladly, Madam Speaker. The past 2 decades have seen a marked increase in workplace accidents, particularly in the sectors of mining and manufacturing. The experts I've consulted with have pinpointed several factors responsible for the rise, chief among them a shortage of skilled labour and growing pressure from our primary trading partner. Simply put, our corporation has been cutting corners at the expense of human health and safety. Our industry's continued reliance on guest work, who are paid and trained less than their native Rizian counterparts, is exacerbating the problem. Now, a cross-industry coalition of employees and guest workers has bravely approached the Rizian People's Party with a list of requests conveyed to our fellow delegates as well as His Royal Majesty. Among these are mandatory workplace safety training, upgraded protective equipment, benefits for those injured on the job, and regular site inspections by the state authorities. And of course, financial penalties for corporations that fail to meet these requirements. Madam Speaker, Your Majesty, surely you agree on the urgency of this proposition. Rizia's great industries will not flourish as long as our workers are suffering. Looked at Hugo. So Rusty was right. They found a way to give it to me. How does he supposed to pay for all this? Measures in place for now. That's why I never brought these meetings to your attention before. The proposals are impractical at best and ruinous at worst. Suddenly realised the hall had gone quiet. Will I continue? Please go on, I didn't mean to interrupt. I've heard enough and know Mr. Rover thinks about the Workers' Protection Act. Let's clear this throat. As I was saying, my party and I believe that healthier workers will lead to a more prosperous society. If we invest in these measures now, we'll pay off tenfold in the long run. Darius sharply knocked on her podium. All eyes turned to her. Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I cannot let my opponent continue with these lies. Manus reluctantly took a step back. Of course, my party believes that worker safety is paramount, but the regulations that have been suggested today amount to overkill. It is up to individual corporations to take responsibility for reducing accidents. Shifting that responsibility to the government will do nothing but to protect those at risk. It will, however, stifle our country's economic growth and decrease our viability in the global arena. If our businesses are to remain competitive, it is wise to incentivize good safety practices than to punish their absence. Must object, Madam Speaker. Companies such as Rizian Royal Gold and Rizian Oil and Gas will never voluntarily undertake the measures we're describing. Daria brushed off the comment. My point stands. With tensions rising in both our north and south, we simply cannot afford an extravagance of this type Mr. Sazin is proposing. Our focus should be to achieve. Just to ask Lord, Jace, are we going to approve this or not? That's accuracy. What do you think? Our focus should be achieving better diplomatic outcomes with our neighbours, not meddling in the affairs of our corporations. From near the front door came the sound of a single person applauding. I looked towards the source. Rusty was leaning against the wall, dressed in his usual plaid. He nodded to me as he kept clapping. I turned towards Hugo again. You let him in. That's a good point. Just tell me special guest will join us today. Look, your favourite person's here. I will. Said in Rusty's direction, expressionless. Should have known he'd make an appearance. Fortunately, these sessions are open to the public, so we cannot ask him to leave without a reason. But his presence could be useful in pressuring the Sazin boy to stand down with his demands. Rusty had stopped clapping now. He was scrutinising me closely, gleam in his eye. Can I see you to join us, Mr. Montoro? Do you have any words on the topic at hand? Name's Rusty, and as a matter of fact, I do. Rusty ambled down the aisle of the chamber and came to a stop between the two speaker podiums. Now, I won't take too much of your time. The Baroness summed things up pretty well. His Majesty here also has the privilege of hearing my personal thoughts on the subject. I couldn't change his mind then, but here in this respectable chamber full of level-headed individuals... Now, the Rizian Standard Dictionary defines gold as a yellow precious metal, used in jewellery and to guarantee the value of currencies. I'll let him talk. But in Rizia, it's so much more than that. Commoners who've never even touched ducat still feel proud to live on shores of gold as we sing. But our shores would never have been golden in the first place if our monarchies had listened to naysayers like Mr. Sazin here. Actually, your predecessors knew that there could be no prosperity without hard work. Hello, one of my friend. How are you, buddy? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Rusty. Our grit and determination today fills the nation's coffers tomorrow. When does that grit go with the government's got hands tied? How can we function as a company when you folks don't trust us to take care of our own people? If I may, sir, how exactly would our proposal tie your hands? What does the country stand to lose? Don't play dumb kid. Implement all your suggestions cost us, and you, millions. No choice but shift more of your production from Rizia to international trade zone. That sounds when the country will lead to more workers being exploited outside it. Can't rely on the trade zone as a stable source of revenue, not only nationalisation talking about what's happening. You've seen Mr. Sazon, how about it will look from the outside if no Rizia gold comes from Rizia anymore. What to do? I just want to batch of disgruntled workers on our hands. Not rely on trade zone as a stable source of revenue, nationalisation. Oh, of course. So changing our standard within the country will lead to more workers being exploited outside it. I think that's fair. Stable source of revenue. What do we have to do? They say my workers are disgruntled, they're extremely gruntled. Perhaps the view is different from the top, Mr. Montoro. The representatives I spoke to suggest that employee dissatisfaction was at an all-time high. Actually, Mr. Montoro could easily afford the measures I'm suggesting if he and his fellow executives forewent a fraction of their salary. Rusty started laughing. Excuse me, you're sitting on a fortune just because you happen to have the right last name. You want me to give up the money I worked for? Wrong, Mr. Sazon. I can't ask Risen Royal God to make financial sacrifices nobles not willing to make themselves. It isn't about nobility, it's about you and your gold-tiled swimming pool. The nobles asking them to give their money. What's your attitude? You and your gold tile to import. Yes, the subject noble wealth is completely out of the purview of today's session. Mr. Montoro, would you and Rizia's other business owners be willing to undergo voluntary measures to increase workplace safety in lieu of drastic actions Mr. Suzerain is proposing? Rusty grinned toothfully. Of course we would, as long as we're allowed to keep doing what we do best. He stroked his chin full thoroughly. Oh, thoroughly. Come to think of it, though, I won't presume to speak up about the other guys, but I'm the one who cared enough to show up today, right? So here's another thought. You regulate factories and energy plants however you want, but maybe, just maybe, you think about making an exception for old Rusty. Manus drew a hand across his brow. We can't make any exceptions. The malfeasance of Rizian Royal Gold was what inspired this proposition in the first place, given some of the workers what they want might dissuade the others heading off. Organised dissent, though, right? Rosa will never going to be accepted in its entirety. Mr. Sazon compromised part of the process. Yes, I've witnessed Mr. Montoro's cavalier attitude towards employee safety, and Entercom needs to regulate its RRG. They're Rusty made apply to everyone else. They said to regulate some industries and not others. You've missed a few bits so far, Honor. So we have been around. We're setting up the path to war, basically. We're starting to agitate a few countries, ruffle a few feathers, if you will. See how it goes. Lord, are you here? Is 3 a good one? Path to war. We want to try out the war mechanic. We might be in a bit over our heads, but we'll have some fun with it. Oh no. Oh no, why is it unhappy? Why is it look brownie face? Is there someone scream for help? I'm not saying anything now, I don't know. Just hit a button, alright, alright. Okay, you did hear that. Okay, I'm not going crazy. I thought I heard someone scream for help, but I live in a weird part of the country, so it's kind of usual. I have some pretty crazy neighbours as well. They're always screaming at each other and calling the police. So I'm a bit like, Cavalier Heck, Your Majesty, you're one who's been putting men out of line work with a stroke of a pen. Please do not forget in whose presence you're speaking, Mr. Montoro. Hugo calmly spoke up. Time for a vote is due to a close. To be clear, Mr. Sazon, you do not wish to amend your proposal into account Montoro's comments. You most probably should have taken the bribe. I do not, Your Grace. Then you have the floor, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Your Grace. As a reminder of you and His Majesty, this vote serves as a non-binding recommendation. The King and his council may agree or disagree at will. Auditors of RRP's working safety protocols, raise your hand. About 3/4 of delegates, mostly those with green sashes, put in that. And yeah, those are encouraging companies to develop and enforce their own safety protocols on a voluntary basis. The rest of the delegates, an overwhelming majority, raise their hands. Rusty smiled triumphantly. The delegates have an official recommendation. Rather than introduce sweeping and expensive labour reforms, Rizia should entrust the matter of safety to its business owners. You nodded. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Final decision now in the hands of His Majesty King Romus. Will you accept or overrule the delegates' recommendation? I'd like to confirm my Grand Vizier. Of course. I don't know the delegates have spoken low voices. I'm thinking of passing it. I told Manus I want to work close with him. Would I be thrown away if I shut my espresso? I'll at least face the delegates who are rejecting their own country. To be honest, I'm not sure what would happen. But I would never reject a recommendation as he is as king. I strongly expect you agree with their decision. I would advise you to do anyway. Here's what I've decided. Oh, you clicked it! Oh god. Everyone in the room went silent as I waited my next word. I sided with the delegation majority. Overall recommendation. The safety measures suggested by RP will be implemented in all industries with no exception. For listening, must overlook all the information to RP's proposal with the amendment and mining industry be exempt from the regulations. This is the main part we're aiming to fix. -1 budget per turn, but we'll do it. Overall, the recommendation. Safety measures suggested by the RP will be implemented in all industries with no exception. Rusty glared at me but said nothing. Madam Speaker, let the record show that the King has overridden the House majority. Noted, Your Grace. Daria made a note in her binder and looked up at Hugo and myself. If she was bothered by my decision, her face didn't show it. Once again, I thank His Majesty for his blessing with his presence today. And Duke Taurus presiding over the session. An honour as usual, Madam Speaker. My fellow delegates and esteemed guests, this meeting is now adjourned. Any follow-up questions will be addressed in future sittings. She rang the bell again, and the room began to empty out. As my guards escorted me towards the exit, I noticed Rusty still standing in the hall with his arms folded. For what it's worth, you made a compelling case. Thank you, Majesty. No hard feelings. Got to work on those regulations straight away, but I wasn't kidding about our gold output suffering. So Suzerain has about 25% of power, which has 0 power, literally 0 threat coming from him. No. It'll be worth it in the long term. Hope so, Your Majesty. See you real soon. He bowed and strode out the door. Policies Protection Act. I know, but we should see our workers be safer. King overturns House of Delegates majority passed a safety law. A somewhat puzzling day at the House of Delegates when, for the first time in many years, the King of Rizia overturned the delegate majority and ruled in favour of minority leadership. In this case, King Romus opted to side with the Rizian People's Party leader Manus Sazon in his proposal to pass new safety laws, disregarding majority leader Dario de Rava's economic concerns. We at the Herald are sure that this decision was made with the good of Rizian citizens in mind and look forward to a safer tomorrow. However, we hope these days events not opportune clashes between the King and the delegates. Not unless we reform it or the elections go alongside the majority for his party. We're not reforming though. Don't have that in the plans anyway. Outside only happens in the mess of the war. Okay, read the report. Mining operation at Argno temporarily suspended. That's fair enough. Evening conversation with Queen Mother. Estella! Mama! Mama! Speaking with Mama! And welcome in to everyone who is joining us on stream today. Thank you for joining me, you absolute legends. I hope you're enjoying today as we, King Romus Taurus, in lording over a country. Quite literally, or kinging over, I guess. It was the night before my trip to Cairo for the Alliance of Nations meeting. I just finished some last-minute preparations in my study. Carefully made my way back towards the palace residential wing. It's later than I realised the halls were dead silent, illuminated by only by weak shafts of moonlight through the windows. Grand Wiseman Ignatius's quarters were on the ground floor. I saw light coming out of the keyhole. Little peek. I carefully bent down and looked inside. Sal was rocking back and forth in an armchair, his eyes closed. He seemed to be mouthing a prayer. Just before the stairs were entrance to Vena's room. Through the door, I caught the faint strains of a voice. Oh, yes, given the Parliament makes Parliament more the threat, who would have thought? Who knows? Oh, do we spy on our daughter? Oh, do we spy on her? Listen in, yeah, why not? That's why we against the daughter here better. Yes, I know, I was surprised too. Just quickly. Well, I wouldn't push for too much too quickly. He's in Cairo for the next few days anyway. Yes, my love will speak very soon. There was a clunk as she hung up the phone. I moved away from the door and kept walking. Oh no. I reached the top floor. Across the hall from my bedchamber, the Queen Mother's door was open. I looked in. My mother was smoking out on her balcony, her back towards me. Good evening, Mother. She looked startled for a moment, then smiled. Why is she still up? You have a long day ahead of you. All set for tomorrow? Of course, the Alliance of Nations won't know what hit it. Did Father tell you anything about the AN sessions? Yeah, daughter's got a lover, and I think we know who. Did Father tell you anything about these AN sessions? Not really. Diplomacy isn't my forte. Cool. Can I see something about Vina? What about our princess? Did she get up to anything while I was in Pales? Did she get up to anything while I was in Pales? Well, I could tell she spent a lot of time holed up in her room. But of course I heard the same rumours you have. I think they're more than just rumours. Then you have a relation to approve of or not. She flicked a bit of ash from her cigarette off the balcony. I'll tell you this much, the last thing you want to do is forbid her from seeing him. Yeah, better than going down the cousin route for sure. But never that. She's allowed to love whomever she wants. But after everything the Sazons did to you, to us, real marriages are a balancing act, my dear. You can never satisfy the betrothed or the country, but almost never both. Almost. You're lucky for a while, Romus. This particular match would satisfy your daughter very much, but also put House Sazon dangerously close to the throne. It's up to you whether Vena's happiness is worth that. Of course it is, Mother. Why could you even ask that? Sazons aren't as dangerous as you think. I'm intercovenant with them. In fact, if they were true love, I'm worried he's using her. Find yourself a true if I'm seeing him. That's the choice I have. Of course it is, Mother. Why did you even ask that? Then you'll find a way to make it work for your advantage. You could use the pairing to keep a close eye on the opposition. Should Vina trust you enough to pass along information about her paramour's family? Ooh. Ooh. How do we handle this, eh? How do we go around it? And a big welcome into everyone. We've got quite a few people in the moment, so thank you so much for being here. If it's your first time, my name's Lance, and I hope you enjoy. Yeah, nah, that's a bad idea. I'm not going to use Riz. Yeah, that's fair. Well, there's one other thing you could do. You send the princess a nice, relaxing trip abroad. Nothing kills lovesickness like a change of scenery. You might perhaps try to improve our international standing in one go. She's been cramping my style on council. It's true. I did actually valuable member on my council. I can't let her go. She's the last Titalina Island left. That's really nice to say. She's a valuable member of my council. It's just a thought. Feel free to ignore it. Speaking of foreign affairs, are you positive you don't want to talk about tomorrow's meeting? I just want to make sure you're prepared to address the elephant in the chamber. Of course I am. Well, I must be forced to honor Zeal handover deadline. Say naval standard repels must end one way or the other. The arbitration agrees to come. I guess it was clear. Which elephant? There are so many. I'll deal with them when the moment arrives. Got enough to think about for tonight. Should we speak to our Queen Mother, or can we just get on with it? Well, in trade deal is the most funny thing ever, really. I can't wait. Ooh, 2. Okay. Naval standard deals must one way or the other. As we're into Zeal, my dear, have you forgotten the handover deadline is imminent? We need our land back, no matter what kind of announcement Victor Smollett has up his sleeve. Enough is enough, we'll pay for his disrespect. I don't want confrontation in the country on the same side. How do you know he's going to make an announcement? My whisper networks aren't what they used to be, but wives still talk. Still fine, I've got a plan. Any advice how to act then? Actually, I'd rather not discuss this with you. Not exactly impartial or Zeal. Any advice how to act then? I say don't stoop to his level. Make him look like the tyrant he is. Speaking of which, how is that muscle-bound lunk of yours proceeding with his investigation? Don't call tight that. His investigations take a while. I do hope the investigation turns up something we can use. Should to think of what might happen if the handover deadline arrives before the culprit is found. If that doesn't work, we'll try something else, but still will be ours. Learned is a way of greatly improving the economy at zero cost. I like it. Yes, I know. Excuse my impatience. She stubbed a cigarette out on the balcony, raining aside. Well, it's about time I got some rest. Yes, me too. I hope Hab aligned your pillowcase. You can't go dressed in the AM with a crease on your face. Creases on your face. Don't worry about Zeal. I will do everything I can. Thanks for all your advice. What's a month for? I wished her good night and left the room. I heard her light click off. I returned to my quarters to see Titus take his post outside my door. I wondered how long he'd been shadowing me for. In my room, Pab had already packed my suitcase and turned the bed down. I climbed into bed, but was too distracted by thoughts of the day ahead to sleep. We're going on a holiday! Press cooperation from Wellen. What's over here? Situation. Acceptable workers' rights. Labour rights in the kingdom strike a balance between industry needs and worker welfare. Reasonable work hours, proper safety measures, and fair representations are widespread in a generally content workforce. Nice. Eagle Titans, Galmond Trade. Isa. Williams' intelligence forces have asked for a full cooperation investigation into Zeal bombing. That means that Rizian security forces will be obliged to share information they have found and vice versa. What's your opinions on this, my friends? Well, I quickly go to a Waz. That's Dingbat. I didn't see her. She's here. She's here. She's been love that cat. Whee! Away goes the kitten. That little rat cat. This little rat. that little batty cat has decided. Well, she does this really. She has this really bad habit. She has a really bad habit. She will scoot her little butt back to the end of her litter tray and pee over the side. She doesn't know when she poops. She only does it when she pees, occasionally. And I just went into the toilet and there's all pee everywhere. And I'm like, God damn it, doing that. So I keep like, she does it so often, I have to keep like cleaners in there ready to go. So I'm just like, done. You pee everywhere. Naughty cat, cooperate. I know she doesn't do it on purpose, so I don't mind. One expert saw a mid-trade surge. Ooh. Oh, of course, Red. Oh, thank you for being here, Red. I didn't realize you saw that. Thank you so much. What's everyone up to, by the way? Is everyone enjoying their fine Sunday? Work on this pilgrimage. What? Lavo Sanctuary. And what? Those authorities that extended their gratitude to their Rizian counterparts for agreeing to cooperate on the Zil bombing investigation, calling it an important sign of goodwill from the Rizian side. Destinations. Just wondering. Studying for an exam. Oh, hope it goes well. Just wondering. Fair enough, buddy. How's your Sunday? Going very well, being a king and whatnot. It's very warm here in the UK, and this is a stifling jacket. Wow. It's warm. Last day of my vacation. Oh, wow, Lord. Yeah, you've been off for like a week or 2 weeks now. Can't remember. Hope it's been a good time, buddy. Just working on my farm in Stardew. Nice. Everyone's having productive days. I like it. Rizia's vineyards are flourishing with heavy demand from remarkable surge in wine exports, particularly to Swordland and other eastern Macopan nations. This unexpected boon has created a significant surplus in trade, positively impacting our national budget. Our strategic decision now is how best to allocate these additional resources. Rizia's viticulture will travel around the world. Grow of rivalry. What the heck even is that even? What? What? I don't know what these mean. Go back to school tomorrow. Ah, fair. Well, I hope you have a good time. 60 hours in Oblivion. Wow. Or 50. Okay. Okay. I do plan on playing Oblivion later, by the way. Oh, Hogwarts Legacy. Wonderful game, buddy. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. Doesn't matter. Fair enough. This culture will travel around the world. +2 money. Yeah, we love money. Woohoo. Good report. News grapples with rising tourism and trade demands. Foolish tourists disrupt ancient Hope site. Fine, they'll be dealt with. Later, I'm probably busy. Oh, don't worry, buddy. Hope to catch you when you're around next. Foolish tourists, a blessing or a burden? Rizia's wine exports reach new heights. The Victoria 2 game I sub in. Oh, nice! With Victoria game 2 I sub in. I hope it goes well, buddy. Work on this program to spot Sanctuary. A group of dirty and gold colonist pilgrims suspected to have entered the country via the Morellan border have taken up residence on lawfully and revered Plavo Arc Sanctuary. The monarchy now faces the choices: extradite these pilgrims to Dirty or Morella, or to provide them with accommodation, ensuring their safety and upholding our colonist religious sentiment. Get that money, 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 money. Let them stay and pay for their accommodation. What's the best choice on this one? Serbia. Oh god, good luck with being Serbia in that, my friend. Will there be no high-profile assassinations? Also, sorry, I forgot to mention it, Jace. I saw your picture of the cat, and it did look very angry. Your cat looked very angry. I will say, I did notice that. And we just gained 1 money out of nowhere. I guess if we lose it, we're not exactly losing out majorly. So we have lost money per turn. Yeah, building both churches prevents this. Fair. Sadly, we didn't have the money to do it at the time due to my poor mismanagement. What would you say? Allow them to stay and pay for their accommodation? Your choice. Allow them to stay and pay for their accommodation. It should at least paint me in a better light. Read the report. Sanctuary will be converted to sleeping quarters. For a peaceful solution over a violent eviction. Nice. You're all happy. We'll get a better picture. Nice. Alliance of Nations, South Macopan session. I can see it's a happy cat, but you can see it looks angry. Sleepy cat. Sleepy cat in the corner. There's her bum. There is. There! There's Dingbat! There's Dingbat! There's a rainy day in Cairo. Only a handful of the island experience per year. The sound of falling drops in the Alliance of... I really hope you lose this. Really? Oh yeah, if we lose this, we go to war, right? If we don't lose... Wait. Okay. So, hear me if I'm correct on this, or tell me if I'm correct on this. If we win this, we just get the field without a war? War becomes more. Okay. The sound of falling drops in the Alliance of Nations dome made for an unexpected soothing backdrop of what I could tell was going to be a tense session. We'll see what happens. I sat with Lorento and the rest of the Rizian delegation in the half-full assembly hall. Today's session was to focus on South Macopa only. Looking around the room, I could see representatives and leaders from Welland, Morella, Dirty, and Lesbia. If you win, it gets split 48-52. Yes. So it's better we lose this. Okay. Duke Axel Reinhardt and Patricia Alvarez entered late, deep in conversation. They nodded at each other and took their seats with respective delegations. Those two lovebirds. When I make a mistake, are we going to lose the arbitration case? I believe we can win, especially make a good argument today. Are you well, you much? If I was this case of nerves before these sessions, I'm not surprised one royal duty that you couldn't handle. Page United Contana here today, I'll be nervous. All the others are small potatoes. Okay. Don't look at that word. Don't look at that word with someone among us. Oh, sorry, Anna. It's fine, Mr. Scribble. I appreciate your concerns on the arbitration case. Riding on the... We turned our attention to the front door of the room as President Nines called the meeting to order. A special session, so the opening remarks were kept short. Before I knew it, time for the individual leaders of South Macopa to present their speeches. Prime Minister Alma Sultana rode up to the podium. She had a lower microphone to reach it. Big trouble in a small package. I don't amuse Mr. Scribble, which is rush or two. Let's see what she has to say before passing judgment. The Morellan leader greeted the assembly. Her voice had a melodic lilt to it that I so now. This president, esteemed leaders, distinguished guests. It is my honour to speak in these hallowed halls for the first time. I come before you as representative of New Morella, a country committed to breaking free from the shackles of our repressive past. A country that is now truly aligned with the AN values of justice, solidarity, and human dignity. And one that is proud to build bridges with those who share our vision of a more equal society. She nodded towards the upper seats of the assembly room. I looked behind me to the Vaxlandian Chancellor Emmerich Eagle applauding fiercely. And we need to clap! You said, what's any of this doing here? Lorento, I thought it was a South Macopan session. Who invited him? At least today would be exciting, but this is another level. Chancellor Hegel isn't on today's programme, but I wouldn't rule out an impromptu speech. It's time of transition from Morella, but as we redefine our principles and our partnerships, one fact becomes abundantly clear. We can no longer abide the senseless exploitation of our land, people, and resources. And this would be an international trade zone. She hasn't taken her eyes off the topic since our election. Too long, our so-called partners in the Myth-Time International Trade Zone have dug their ground out from under us. We've allowed them to ravage our soil and abuse our workers while we're reaping more than their fair share of profits. They send security forces to guard their gold, yet leave the rest of Morella to the mercy of dirty and terrorists. Meanwhile, countries such as Rizia are willing to regulate their mining industries at home, but turn a blind eye to exploitation abroad. And soil is prone to cave-ins. Why is she naming us? We do corruption in lesbian industries. Don't turn a blind eye. We haven't gotten around to regulating the MITs yet. True, we should apply the same standards to the MITs as we do in Rizia. Ooh, what's a good one for this? This hasn't been a thing yet. Cat bum in the background. A loaf in the distance. I need like a little camera, cat cam, just to trace that around. Cat cam. So probably sort of cave-ins, industries. As international profit isn't large enough to go after a country with less of a stature yet. Morello calls for an alliance of nations to recognise our human rights struggle, and to accept that if myth time is to continue, any wealth it generates must be reinvested in Morellan people. Brava, Madam Prime Minister! Councillor Hegel was standing now. The other AN guests turned their heads in his direction. As fellow stewards of the international trade zone and fellow soldiers in the fight against imperialism, the nation of Vaxlandium supports Morella in its journey. That fat deal with her, can't you see she's using her I'm sure you can't get into the CSP. Until Morella improves its military, which may be the reason for the sudden interest in nationalisation. Hegel sat back down, announced motion for Prime Minister Sultana to continue. I thank all of you for your attention today, and look forward to forging a brighter future for the people of South Macopa. All of them. Laurento turned to me as the Morellan Prime Minister wrapped up her speech and returned to her seat. It seems the trade zone took more of a sticking point than I thought. I wasn't going to decide today anyway, so we'll just talk. All it takes to keep our gold. I just hope she doesn't expect me to deal with Dirdia on her behalf. Gold. I was curious about what Dirdia thinks of her terrorist remark, but we won't have to wait long to find out. Supreme Wiseman Georgia Asmal stepped to the stage, dressed in ceremonial robes with silver trim. Good bit though. Before speaking, he waved his hands in the air 6 times, representing the 6 pillars of Golcondism. As far as he flew out here, Dirty Supreme Wiseman normally refrains from speaking in public. He was praying in a cave. They say must be important. Must have been eager to catch a glimpse of me. It's probably Your Majesty. The Supreme Wiseman spoke in deep baritone. Dear people, dear... Sorry, I did. The great and powerful leaders of South Macopa, in the name of Prophet Barek, I salute you all. I am humble enough to know that we men alone cannot decide the fate of a continent, not without God's guidance. And it is God who has guided me here today. We are one of the few nations brave enough to let themselves be ruled by his law. We are also a country like any other. Your attempts to find common ground with our neighbours have been rebuffed, over and over, solely on account of our beliefs. I looked over at where Alma's Sultana was sitting, who was openly scowling. It's basically the Pope, yeah, literally. The PM of Morella accuses us of violating her borders, yet it has not so long ago we were one country. Because of arbitrary lines that have been drawn, our people can no longer visit the graves of their ancestors or the shrines where they once worshipped. Every single one of us, Morella, Dirdia, Rizia, Welland, we all have different views, yet we're all united by the divine path of Saint Rurik. It is my humble request that we Dirdians be able to follow that path as we have for centuries. My sense is well enough. The other part where Dirdia takes part in violent insurgencies. This is not ours. Yes, he is far from the servant peace that he makes himself out to be. On that note, concerns have been raised about the missile tests my country has been conducting. Our aim is only to protect our people and our way of life. It is God's will that we use this technology not for evil, but to contribute to global security and stability. Alma Sultana started laughing. God wants missiles, that's priceless, isn't funny, scary. Which one's Alma? Oh, do we shush her? Do we go, this isn't funny, it's scary. What's scary is if he finds the wrong buyer for his technology. Asmal puts his hands on the podium. How far have we fallen? That the only country in South Macopa where the pillars of Nority still stand is treated as a laughingstock. We all speak of superpowers, but I know there is only one superpower we need to worry about. He pointed upwards. The sooner our nations come together under him, the sooner true peace and prosperity can be realised. Supreme Wiseman Asmal made the pillar sign with again and exited the stage. Lighter to that. Not job. Chandelier is a superpower. Lorenzo held back a laugh. Oh, but now it's time for the real heavy artillery. Gestured to an aide that began taking note of present lines and answering Victor Smollett. There were some whispers from within the room as Welland's president stepped up to the podium. He silenced them with a theatrical shushing motion, then continued. Dear fellow leaders, I wish I could say I was happy to be here, done as one of the 6 proud nations of South Macopa. And yet I feel only sorry. Sorry that our magnificent region has let itself be torn apart by forces greater than ourselves. I speak, of course, of Arcasia and Rumburg. Only leaving out United Fontana. Well, alienates every country around it, then blames superpowers, what nerve. He isn't wrong, our countries could all be allies if we rid ourselves of foreign interference. What nerve, especially since he himself was well documented to United Fontana. Convinced of the idea that he might makes right, they sow discord among us in order to strengthen themselves. And Welland, poor war-torn Welland, must pay the highest price. Who among you can deny ATO's involvement in the Welland Civil War, or Rumburg's shipping of arms to the Bluish movement? Nobody at all said a word. Victor looked up at me directly. Is it my everlasting regret that when Welland was at its weakest, our direct neighbour opted for an alliance with a nation that has sought to harm us at every turn? I do not blame the great kingdom of Rizia for its decision, but neither can I ignore that for the past 20 years, Rumburg has maintained the presence to both our north and south. Like that, I cannot simply accept that Zeal bombing, the most heinous terrorist act occurring well since the Civil War, was the work of a few rogue agents. Rizia has been investigating the organisation that we believe to be responsible, but it is a tactic to throw us off the track. Rumberg isn't beneath such subterfuge. What is this stop such violence from reoccurring? What will happen to Wessex who have made Zeal their home once Rizia, and by proxy Rumberg, regains control of the region? A man who respects the rules of law, yet I cannot put my country's people at risk by abandoning the territory while these questions still hang in the air. Oh. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. This is why I've decided to invoke the AN Threat Mitigation Protocol. Shit. Am I okay? Even if I didn't? I'll be fine. I know I will be. I know I will be. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the assembly as I felt pairs of eyes on me. Delay the return of Zeal until the risk is neutralised. Right, this is where we need to figure it out. My advisors! Behind me! Whisper in my ear. Advisors, ready yourselves. Ready yourselves. 3. Stay silent. That's generally, I've noticed. I will remember from our other assembly that staying silent was the best. Are you good with a staying silent, Jace? Scratch that, smell like always is a jerk in Rizia. Oh, really? He always is. I will choose to stay silent. Let him incriminate himself. Don't say anything. Isn't present, Your Majesty. No nation has ever invoked this protocol since signing of the AN Charter nearly a century ago. The murmurs in the room were growing louder. President Nines banged a gavel for silence. It was the best trade deal in history ever. I'm watching an ad. Don't worry, we'll be over soon, buddy. If I may continue. If it is not my intention to keep custody of the Zeal region forever. The sooner that safety and security are restored, the sooner we begin preparing for an orderly transition. Now you're good. Okay. For a promise you can easily break. I hope for swift cooperation from His Majesty King Remus and my fellow Southern Mycopan nations. Together we are strong. Here is our inspections of applause. None came. None of our neighbours will openly take well inside. This bodes well for us. Victor shook his head and left the stage. Oh, what's a good option now? Do we just a boo? Boo! That's quite funny. But I know this guy likes his ego stroked. We just go. I'll do it sarcastically, like 100%. Boo! I do want to boo, but I feel like that would annoy him a lot, and we don't want to annoy him. We need him on a kind of medium ground. We need a medium rare at the moment. Honor, my friends, Lord. What's the thoughts? What's that? Is honor here? Oh yeah, honor. Of course. Look at you, Lord. Jace. Lord, what's the thoughts? Do we applaud this heinous man? Our own personal what feels to be said. Applaud quietly. Okay, we'll applaud. Be nice. We don't touch on wellness forum as soon as we're back home. There may still be straightening things out. Let's see if Prime Minister Alvarez has any words on the subject. Prime Minister Patricio Alvarez was next. His face straight as he approached the microphone. Mr. President, I start obviously my heartfelt support for this fine organisation and the role that it plays. The organisation and the role that it plays. Were it not for the Alliance of Nations, there would be no way to stop our country's petty quarrels from devouring the world. Which, ladies and gentlemen, is precisely what is in danger of happening today. The nation of Lesbia is deeply concerned about the deployment of Rizian naval forces around the Aureus gas field near Green Sea. I just dropped my crown. Again, I've done that 2 days in a row. Flung it off the table by knocking the said table. Oh, Dingbat looks over. She's like, is that crown for me? Oh, you can't really see it. She's looking over like, what is that noise? What did you do? Ooh. Let's get to in here, Vision C. Use a military force to occupy disputed territory goes directly against the AN's most cherished principles. It's essential that Rizia respect the legal process and accept the results of arbitration, whatever they may be. Such blatant use of intimidation tactics shows that the kingdom has no intentions of doing so. We stand ready to aid in the peaceful settlement of this dispute, and we beg of the AN not to let Rizia show of force affect its judgment. For our part, it's clear that due to the small size and limited habitability of the Rizian Island settlers, Alequibids, the Grand Duchy of Pels has greater claim in the field than the Kingdom of Rizia. Oh, this is where I'm probably going to accept advice, because we need to, well, by the sounds of it, lose this, to be honest. Because if we take over Pales, there's no claim, because Pales is ours, so it's our claim. No, I think that's going to sleep. She's on. Yeah, I don't care. Sleep cat, EP cat. I don't know if you just said that was from before. Oh, we had an argument earlier. We're currently in the assembly, my friend Storm, and welcome in, buddy. Not yet. We're trying to bait them in at the moment. But we're at the Grand National Assembly, whatever it is, and I'm just figuring out how we should respond in full for war, because apparently if we win this, we don't do as well. At least it's tougher to do the war. So if we need to lose this almost. So I feel like Liar would be a good shout. Liar! You storm the podium, hit him over the gun. 1 of 3 can kill her. Or 1 out of 3 can let us kill them. Liar! I do feel like Liar. Something with a scribble. We have an island there, and he's refusing the island. There's our good friend Lord and Jace. Jace, what's the opinions? I do feel like Liar. I do feel like Liar. Free is good, sir. I know. But Honor, we've never played it. Ah, I'm doing free. Liar. No need to shout much to the and we'll see free. Malarkey! We start the war, we've paid Pales. You're easy to avoid any sanctions because they take them for nothing. Oh, I didn't need to know the storm! No! Start the war before you pay Pales. You'll have it easy to avoid sanctions because they take the sanctions up to you, Mike. Every time the head of Alexandrian he called bad his head. I ain't spoiler. That's fair. That's fair. Give my all-time cough. I have a terrible cold today. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. I heard what you said, Mr. Hegel, but I don't require support. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. Give me a significant look and sat back down his chair. Ahem. That brings me to another point I was going to make today. I'll speak, of course, of the conspiracy to nationalise the Maltheim International Trade Zone. Councillor Hegel stood up again. Alvarez ignored him. Let us not for 1 second believe that Morella is acting of its own accord. The long arm of the Contanan security pact is behind this. By giving in to Prime Minister Sultana's demands, the nation of Lesbia and Rizia would be effectively paying to increase United Contana's sphere of influence. I know I am not alone in wanting to avoid those disastrous consequences. I say we'd go to war for Vina. He looked at the Pelesian delegation. Reinhardt and his ministers politely applauded. I remind Morella and Vagsland that the Alliance of Nations is watching, as is ATO. Any attempt to seize the national trade zone by unlawful means would be met with retaliation. That will be all. Nothing about Welland. Vagsland is certainly an active participant today. Lord. Nothing about Welland. It's not in Lesbia's interest to take sides on Zeal for now. Looks like Pels is next. Luke Reinhardt stepped up to the podium. With the spotlight on the Pelesian leader, I could see that he had stubble on his chin and dark circles under his eyes. He's worried about this war. Why, looks like shit. Alright, so that's a bundle of nerves. Hope he doesn't make a fool of himself up there. It's his first AN address, and he is quite inexperienced. Duke Reinhardt cleared his throat and shuffled a few papers around him. As the leader of the youngest nation in southern Makopa, I'm humbled to be in this great hall. I'm fully aware that everyone else in this room has spent their lives preparing to be in power, whereas me, let's just say calling me a dilettante would be generous. I heard laughter from around the hall. What kind of act is he pulling? Just because I'm inexperienced doesn't mean I am naive. Anyway, just saying, the better global image you have, the easier it is to avoid sanctions. Fair. I think we've got relatively good global image, but I want to go to war just so I can experience it. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best in a war footing. If that makes sense? Pardon me. King of Rizia has deployed naval fleets in waters of my Grand Duchy, supposedly in self-defense. You know what happened the last time Rizia sent military units to Pales? I believe that the coronation of His Majesty King Romus heralded a fresh start for our two nations. I believed wrong. The incident Wellen has proved the lengths to which this dangerous new monarch will go. In this context, it is vital that my emerging nation assert its sovereignty. We hope the Alliance of Nations Arbitration Committee sees through the Kingdom's poorly justified infringement on our maritime borders. We invite our other colleagues in this esteemed organisation to engage with us as equals, irrespective of the way our neighbour has treated us. Alvarez rose to his feet. Well said, Your Grace. Oh! Pull those strings, Alvarez! That's so good! That's so good! Oh! Oh, that would be amazing. Yeah, you pull those strings. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, I need a drink. 1 second. I'll drink more of this stuff. Oh. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. That's really funny. I was like, this is the image of him going like, yeah, Alvarez, you pull those strings. And just say we got quite a few people in, so thank you all for being here, you absolute legends. How do we think we handle this? Roasted. Do we think we'll do it? Are we all agreed with one? Pull those strings, Alvarez? Because we need to kind of lose this, right? If we want a better footing for the war. So I need to look and ask a little bit. Honours with one. Jace, your opinion, my friend? I don't know if Honour's here anymore, if Lord's here anymore. Storm, your opinion? We're trying to almost lose this on purpose at the moment. And we haven't spoke yet. I'm sure we will at some point. Probably at the end, if I know how this game likes to go. What's the opinions? What's the opinions? I do want to say pull those string, Alvarez. Oh, that'd be so funny. Jason, yeah, I'm doing it. Pull those strings, Alvarez. Renault looked at me worriedly. Please, Your Majesty, this reaction Duke Reinhardt wants. You see, even here, in this passive neutrality, Rizia believes it can bully us into submission, which is why. Criminal! Duke Reinhardt looked shaken by the interjection. That didn't sound like a cough, Councillor. No. I cannot stay silent while you make your entitled demands. Your family used Pels as base to pillage the Xenon continent. Everything you had, you stole from someone else. Rather than give it back when the revolution forced your hands, you begged the capitalist swine of Lesbia to help you hold onto your ill-gotten gains. I beg your pardon, Councillor Hegel, but I'm not responsible for my family's sins. But you're happy to profit from them, aren't you? Up there in your glass castle, I'll tell you, Duke Reinhardt, the cracks are beginning to show. Damn, Duke Reinhardt just got Hegel. Cannot talk to Duke this way, Councillor Hegel. Be silent. I'm gonna applaud him. I loudly applaud. I didn't realize Chancellor harbours such lingering resentment over Pels. I wonder if we can use it to our advantage. President Nines, this man is abusing his guest privilege. Can he be removed? I was short back and forth. President Nines issued the Chancellor a stern warning. He glared out from his seat as Duke Reinhardt finished his speech. He tapped the mic nervously. I see the Chancellor is still resentful that the people of Pales chose the firm leadership of the Reinhardt family over the Chaos Revolution. Yes, the Grand Duchy aided in colonialist aims of the Valgos Empire. But like Bagsland, we are ready to put that past behind us and look towards the future. We simply have a different vision. Pales may not yet have truly earned its spot in this assembly, but it's my hope that it will. His voice had regained its full confidence now, and any nation that attempts to stop us from doing so will be met with a strong and resolute response. He rushed back to his seat as a chatter erupted from the rest of the assembly. It's only been an eventful session, Your Majesty. I hope you're ready for your speech. Ready as I'll ever be. Took a deep breath as President Nines announced my name. Mentor gave me a quick smile of encouragement as I left my seat. I stepped up to the podium to a smattering of applause. The delegation from Welland and Pale stayed pointedly silent. The interesting fellows remember the silent nation. My fellow rulers of the free world, my respected leader of Thafna Copa. No, I don't want to align anyone out of this. That's mentioned. It's meant to be addressed in this assembly for the first time when monarchical forebearers installed me a great respect for institutions' values. It's a nation, so I get straight to the point. I'm aware that the comments made by British Monarch earlier in the session demand a response from me. Lucy Wallace failure to run zeal for what it is, a flagrant violation of international law. The aim threat mitigation protocol can be revoked under extreme circumstances. My opinion is not one of those. His invocation of AIM protocol was completely understandable. The transition cannot happen until and unless security is restored to the region. However, I do believe this is a progression forum. I'd like to run to suspend its security concerns and private dialogue with me. Oh, what's a good one here? Because it's like, I guess if these guys can do it, we can get it back for free with no war right. But then that means we don't get the talk with him. So would it be best if we have our private dialogue with him? Is that how we get his money? His bribery, I guess. Like, how do we go around it with him? I'm not sure. Video's not doing well. Sorry. Well, I'm just figuring out this solution. I've just pulled up one of my latest uploads, and yeah, it's dead. Actually, 7 views in the last hour. I'll take that. I'll take that. However, I do not believe this is an appropriate forum. I invite the President Warlock to spend his security concerns in private dialogue with me. 100%. Truly not 100% on this one. What's happening? So basically, we have an option now which can change basically the path of this game. Sorry, that's realizing I'm bombarded on Discord as well. Oh, that's fine. We have a big decision to make, and I wish Lord was here, otherwise we might go around the wrong way of doing it. It's gonna be understandable. Obviously, one is failure to present zeal for what it is, a flagrant violation of international law. I believe this is an appropriate forum. Invite the President to suspend security concerns, private dialogue with me. Obviously, one is failure to return to zeal for what it is, a flagrant violation of international law, and in fact, it's not one of them. An AM protocol is completely understandable. However, I don't believe this is an appropriate forum. To speak to us, Rizia applauded from his seat. He had a placid expression on his face. Prior to the Civil War, Rizia and Wallen were close allies. I believe we can return to that relationship. Rizia and Wallen may never be allies as we once were, but I'm holding out hope for peaceful coexistence. Wallen's been unfairly maligned since the events of the Civil War. After all resources of zeal, we shall help it to regain international prominence. Ooh, he'll love that. The assembly hall went silent, and Narendo grimaced slightly. I'm not yet finished. Ah, that might have been Marilla. Saw Hegel lean forward in his seat intently. Not sure Marilla's worldview. Yeah, I believe our citizens struggle as one and the same. Given the ongoing exploitation happening in Marilla, I'm not surprised that Prime Minister Tana has looked to his assistance. Rizia and Marilla have maintained good relationship for centuries. It pains me to see this noble country for which those land influence. Do number 1. Marilla's worldview. Yep, citizen struggles are one and the same. We really must improve our communication to ensure our gold mining standards are in alignment. Let's stop on that. We are in agreement. For as long time allies, we're prepared to offer assistance in building more equitable myths. Good stuff. Prime Minister Sultana began applauding. Eagle looked pleasantly surprised. Rizia must make sacrifices so that Marilla may prosper, so be it. We're not considering reopening trade zone negotiations as long as Rizia continues to be able to provide for its citizens. We'll discuss this further in this meeting of the Myths Board. Prime Minister Alvarez and the Lesbian delegation were speaking in worried whispers. President Nines again gestured for silence and motion for me to continue. Having said that, I urge Morella to rethink its stance towards dirtying our colonist pilgrims. As this rebel against the Dordian extremists who seek to withdraw borders, the cooperation, I believe, a compromise can reach regarding Dodia's religious travellers. Under the former Empire of Meldia, brother against brother, the violence must end. The right to their sacred site should not be ignored, but neither should they violent methods they have employed in the past. Scattered applause came from around the assembly hall, so-called Grand Duchy. Finally, a word regarding Pales. It is my great dismay that the kingdom has been forced to quarrel with our closest neighbour. Duke Reinhardt has said he wants other nations to engage with Pales as an equal. That is exactly what Rizia is doing. Thumbs up from the Rizian delegation seats. Ah, nice, nice. Despite the Duke's claims, Rizia is not an aggressor in this situation. Rizia is not the aggressor in this situation. Duke Reinhardt has said he wanted the other nations to engage with Pales. 4. Yes, boss! Lord, I missed you! You and Jace! Pales sent a drill ship to sweep the territory. Our response should not come as a surprise. You cannot well paint us as a bully when you are backed by Lesbia and us the full strength of the ATO. If we wanted to intimidate... Are you there? Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Did I do okay? Do you think? I think I did well. I think I did well. It's nice to lead it off. Yeah, 1. Okay. I'll just read out the rest though. If we want to truly interdict Pales and to give it a control of the gas field, we would have done so. My kingdoms are not looking for ownership of the entire field, only our rightful half. No. Pales sent a drill ship to our territory. Our response should not come as a surprise. I'm convinced that a peaceful compromise can be reached with the AN's help. It is my hope that the AN Arbitration Committee ignores the emotional statements that have been made today and focuses on the facts. From Riza's point of view, this is a cut and dry case. Like I said, doesn't matter too much. That's fair enough. What does diplomacy matter if you plan to go to war anyway? That's a fair enough point. To be honest, it's military might and solely military might. In the end. I mean, nicer to Wessex though. That's fair. That's fair. I was fairly nice to him. He applauded us. I'm convinced that a peaceful compromise can be reached with the AN's help. I hope that AN Arbitration Committee ignores the emotional statements that have been made today and focuses on the facts. From his point of view, this is a cut and dry case. Pointer for this one, or pick what I feel? It'll be number 3 if it's what I feel. If we own the island, so that's, yeah, 3. Thank you. Let's not forget that the gas field would not have been discovered without a scientist initiative. As a signee of the AN Directive of Offshore Resources, we have the right to undersea gas within 200 kilometers from our coast, no matter which coast. Rizia still maintains ancient sovereignty over Pales. Ipso facto, the resources are ours as well. Ooh! Free? Will free cause war? Our intelligence services submitted concrete proof of Pale's cooperation with lesbian energy executives. The lack of transparency should concern us all. Ooh, there's a few options here to be cheeky. To be very cheeky. I like it. I like it. What are we going to pick? What are we going to do? What are we going to choose? Ooh. Oh, this is interesting. Well, that's the question. Which one will trigger them into potentially going to war? Also, I'm just trying to figure out when my next day off is, because I'll probably do the other game then. When's my next day off? What day is it? 27th. Cool. Oh, my next day off is Thursday the 1st. That's a long time away. Feels like a long old time. Okay, cool. Intelligence service. The resource. I'm gonna just do this one. The resources are ours as well. Out of that, we cannot promise to abide by AIM's arbitration results. Ooh. Okay. Free as war. What did I pick? Crap. Which one did I pick? Which one did I pick? No! God damn it. No, that's cannot. I mean, I imagine number 1 would be war in this case. 3 is war. 3 is okay. 3. We cannot arbitrate to make the right decision here. Okay. As a blockade of gas field by Navy, it will continue for as long as it has to. Of course, I sincerely hope we will be forced to use the fleet that we've employed to the field. Oh, I chose free. Brilliant. As a blockade of the gas field by our Navy, it will continue for as long as it has to. I hope we're not be forced to use the fleet that we deployed to the field, which is a more threatening tone. 2 would have been even more aggressive. 1 or 2, 1 or 2. Blockade of gas field who will be continuing like that. Yeah, that one's not like we're going to use it. We don't want to use it. This is more assurance of what we're doing. Legal as inspired by encouraging confrontation with that lesbian. That's fair. Rizia again in terms of resources and perhaps also my benefit. Chancy Hegel, I'm inspired by encouraging confronting the lesbian and Pelesian delegations today. Should we bump up Chancellor Hegel? Is that probably a good option, or is that not the best idea? Because we'll probably need his support in the war. He helps you cut Gillespie. Well, let it be done, Hegel. I'm inspired by I paused to look at Hegel. His face didn't give anything away. Despite our differing views, I asked for aid against our common imperialist enemies. But I do welcome your support when necessary. Rizia must keep its distance from you and your ideologies. Despite our differing views, I asked your aid against the common imperialist enemies. We may know have more in common than either of us suspected. Oh, 2 or 1, 2 or 1. I feel like calling them enemies is probably not the best choice, but it will lead to more war, I guess. And more in common than either side of us suspected. I'm gonna pick in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. What? You okay? Why are you meow meow? Brother, one guy is not the one you want to fight. One or 2, yeah. No. We're not aiming to fight him. Oh, sorry. I mean, as in, like, he helps us fight, right? So our differing views, I see you're against an imperialist enemy. It's like to land with us. I presume to ask for Vag's support, but you have my request. Free? Is free good here? Oh, not presume to ask for Vag's support. I've got this. Thank you, Jace. I presume to ask for Vag's support, but you have my respect. Eagle's expression stayed the same. He nodded. President Nye's motion to the clock. My speech had gone over its runtime. Oh, you do not rush a king, Mr. President. Wow, that's a boom. That's a moment. But no. I'll conclude with these words.
Hello, Dee. Oh, did you have a bit stretched,
I won't do 3 this time. I don't be rude to the leader of the... yeah. I'll conclude with these words. President Smolok was wrong. It is not the superpowers who turn us apart. We're doing ourselves. Humility. For too long, we've let superpowers wield their influence over us. Times have changed. I'm whether Rizia stands in the alone as a kingdom and see a republic. I think 3 is a good one.
Hello, Dingy. Hello, Dingy girl.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to pick up. Oh, no. She flopped over straight to cuddle mode. Cuddle mode? Okay, cool. Sorry, I wish I could turn it so you could see her. There's a little cuddle monster. I shall go with number 3. Where that Rizia stands nearly alone as a kingdom in a sea of... Free will get you support from the Grace Group. Yes. Okay. But will that still allow us to get support? Can we get support from all of, like, from Hegel and the Grace Group? Or will it be one or the other? You can. Perfect. Times have changed. I'm aware that Rizia stands nearly alone as a kingdom in a sea of republics. Our proud nation not succumb to foreign pressure, and I hope Rizia and our partners in Grace still prepared to demonstrate that monarchy still has significance in this modern world. Ooh, I think 3 on this one. Do you agree with me, gentlemen and ladies and everyone? Even Dingbat the cat. Dingbat, what is your choice? Oh, 1, really? Our proud nation not succumb to foreign pressure. Okay, I'll take your advice on that one. Our proud nation not succumb to foreign pressure. Oh, belly! I don't care if it messes up the camera view. Belly of the cat! Belly of the cat! A rare sighting! I must! My hand's worth it! Scratching all you must, and I cannot resist! I cannot resist. I just couldn't resist it. It's a cute cat.
In that little belly.
Don't overdo it. Who's spoken? Well, don't overdo it. Thank you. So rare.
So, oh, she's doing it again. There's more belly. You may look like she hated it, but the truth is she did not. Look at her. It's her stream now. She's just a loaf. She's a loaf. I love that cat. We good?
She's like, aha, my belly defensive maneuver.
You can do a resident story. I love you, dingy girl. You're so cute. You're so
I'm used to acquiring the life out of my hands. She doesn't do it as much anymore. When I first got her, like 3-4 years ago. Woo! She used to get me. I sat down, and Aid handed me a glass of water. Well done, Your Majesty. Take a while to digest the ramifications. Let's update on all this once we're back in Rizia. Make the secret dud of a certain code. Filing back out of the assembly hall, I noticed the sound of rain on the dome had stopped. Another sunny day in Constantinum. Ooh, we're gonna have some. Wellen announces froze zeal into confusion. Significant reduction of Arcadian military presence in war-torn regions. Kunal merges a strategic ATO hub as Shocker. AM Shocker. Wellen refuses to relinquish zeal. Luxandian Chancellor interrupts session. Promise the red wine launch event. Public transportation efficiency crisis. Territorial zeal. Read the report. Ariana Taurus. Association leads peaceful protest against Wellen's AM decision. Good man. Good man. Good person. Situations. AM threat mitigation protocol. I have first magic now in Stardew. Nice. Like, stop interrupting my favourite streamer, Dingbat. Get out of the stream. My apologies. My apologies. It's my fault.
Belly of the cat. Belly of the cat.
Sorry, I'm picking up my foot. This is a little chunky bean. I haven't played in such a long time. It's been a long time since I played as well. Public transportation and efficiency crisis. Rizia's public transportation system is grappling with an efficiency crisis, shown by burgeoning demands and passenger numbers. Transportation officials are pushing for urgent action, highlighting the need for increased funding and modernisation. The government must decide between investing in infrastructural improvements, technological upgrades, or exploring alternative transit solutions. The outcome will crucially impact daily lives of Rizians and more efficiency of urban mobility. The Rizian infrastructure network is our backbone. Our infrastructure will withstand the test of time. Rizian infrastructure is our backbone. Come on. Do well. Do well. Rumberg. Rumberg's friendly. Hey, we love Rumberg. Yeah. What's the friendlies over here saying? Neutral. Okay. They'll like us. They'll like us in the end. We know it. Doodle pot. Vital row link fails. Due to a technical issue affecting the vital row, we're switching to Qualis. Training for being cut. Over in a few days. Okay. It's the red wine event. I've been talking for a while. We're at the 3-hour point. So I think for now, this is a good time to probably end this one, my friends. And I don't doubt that we've kind of planted the seeds for war, and we're going to see how those go in the next few parts. Thank you so much for those of you who've watched on YouTube. I really appreciate... Oh, no. Oh, no. Do you not want me to end now? Because I'm it's been 3 hours. That's why I kind of want to bring it to an end. Make the Wellen deal first? Alright. Alright. We'll do the Wellen deal first. We'll get there first. Wait. If you guys think we should do it, how long do you think it will be, Lord? Is it like directly after this event? Because I'll probably go for another 30 minutes, but I'm starting to get a bit tired. Wait. I don't know. Really looked up, but it should be close. We'll do it next. We'll do it next. I'm such... we'll do it then. We'll do it. I want advisors here. It'll launch in the meantime. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. In the fertile fields of Qualis, the Cantuavo vineyards were among the oldest in Rizia. They were run by a revered winemaking family now in their 5th generation, who had long ago been awarded noble status for the fine wines they provided to the kingdom. Tonight, they had invited my family and council over the ceremonial uncorking of their latest vintage, Romus the Red, held on my coronation day, was now ready for drinking. Wished I was in more of a celebratory mood. Mullins' announcements that the AN had plunged the country into panic, I was besieged by demand to take action to get Zeal back. As if that weren't enough, tensions with Pels were higher than ever. We were still waiting the arbitration results. In the meantime, the Rizian Navy remained deployed around the Aureus field, despite the international community's growing concerns. And gas tankers were venturing off from Monkiz, Port Drazen, and Fort Ailes to Rumburg to fulfill unnatural gas exports every single day. For now, all I had to do was open a wine bottle, but even that was politicised. Hugo had stressed the importance of keeping the Cantuavo family loyal to our house. Our motorcade rolled up to the vineyard entrance, where a festival tent decorated in the blue, white, and gold of the Rizian flag had been set up. After a thorough security sweep, my mother Estella, Fina, Hugo, and I proceeded to our table. Pavel smoothly approached and poured us glasses of sparkling water. I had the pleasure of supervising the pre-tasting with the vineyard staff. I must say, the family has truly outdone themselves this time. How splendid, I can't wait. Whether this wine launch is a long event. No! I will refresh myself. Water. It's named after me, it better be good. Honestly, it's a good fit for you. It's light on the palate at first, but has a hidden depth. My mother smiled wryly. Hidden depths, indeed. That sounds perfect, Mr. Rizia. The police stick to conservative pause for His Majesty. It's becoming of akin to get intoxicated at these functions. Lucita, Elena, and Lorenzo walked past us and were seated at the table next to ours. All three were dressed more festively than the simple formal wear they wore to council meetings, where Lucita's slinky, intricately beaded yellow gown was particularly eye-catching. However, turned to me mud under our breath. Am I the mountain of Montauk are on full display tonight? Honestly, Mother, I'd be kicked out if you insisted to be my customers like this. And how? Someone else's outfit is better than yours. Linus? What are you talking about? Una rolled her eyes and ran a finger across the rim of her glasses. I don't understand what's going on here, especially with all this been going on. Also, to apologise, I was going to end there, but I'll keep going. I'll keep going for a bit. There's no point ending yet then, I guess. Politics, Your Highness, in case our foreign situation escalates, will provide the support of House Taurus in our home province more than ever. You know they're not happy about my dealings with Swordland. Vina has a point. President Smolak and I haven't exchanged words since Zeal. Shouldn't I have made it my priority to talk to him? Yes, I must keep attending functions as usual, as the royal family have got the spirit of Rizia to uphold. We've been concerned about a naval standoff Artesian. I know they're not happy about my dealings with Swordland. She's gone into loaf mode. Paws and legs are tucked in, tail is lying around. Not happy about I know they're not happy about my dealings with Swordland. They don't hold the Republic or citizens in particular high regard, no. But more pressing is Welland's announcement regarding Zeal. You have to reassure them that their assets will remain stable. The rest of the attendees began filing in. It was a small elite crowd comprising barons and baronesses, viscounts, CEOs from around the region. They bowed as they passed my table, but some of their smiles seemed ungenuine. I thought I heard some whisper, Lord Lover. Estella flashed me a look of warning. There's no pleasing these people, darling. Better to ignore them. After everyone had settled in, the head of the winery gave a short opening greeting. They welcomed me onto the stage. I stepped behind the microphone. A magnum-sized bottle of Romus the Red stood on the table beside me. My esteemed fellow nobles, great citizens of Ancharis, ladies and gentlemen. We gathered here to celebrate the fruits of this land, our land, and wanted to lend my natives a section of creation, released by the West Americans and called country, no, the world. Eurosgas' fine province, the foundation upon which the kingdom stands. My province, the foundation upon which this kingdom stands. This wine will only grow better over time, just like the brains of the king it's named after. Oh, that's good. This wine will even inspire reverence for the venerable House Taurus nation with all its members. Touch it, yes, even swords. This one. I heard a few chuckles. I have listened to my people. I know some of you have doubts about my kingdom's stability. I'm heartened that so many of you have come here to celebrate tonight, especially in wake of recent events. Yes, there are those who seek to weaken our ancient monarchy, to claim our riches for their own. Some of you have doubts about my kingdom's stability. Change is coming to Rizia, but that need not be a bad thing. I will never miss the final traditions in our way of life, and confident that with your help, Rizia will become stronger than ever. For God's will, but I know that the Lord has great plans. House of Rizia. That we help Rizia become stronger than ever. As the most privileged province in Rizia, Valencris has a duty to lead the way forward. We must not forget that Valencris is not an island. I'm a proud son of Valencris, and I assure you that my home province will always come first for me. But they should not be scared to look outwards. To rekindle our international friendship, we should not hesitate to look to our fellow royal houses for support. Not only the plight of those less fortunate than us. Nothing matters more to me than your continued loyalty. Have faith in your king and in House Taurus, and you will be richly rewarded. Taurus, rich rewarded. This is to persuade them, not the other houses. Taurus will be richly rewarded. Next time you see a rising glass of Remus the Red to a reunited Rizia, our enemy's blood will flow as red as this wine, and our revenge will taste as sweet. We're not time to make sacrifices to take back. It may take time, and we may have to make sacrifices, but we'll take back our rightful territory. His blood will flow as red as this wine, and our revenge will taste as sweet. I'll do this one. That one sounds a little bit really warlord-like. Again, crowd applause somewhat tepidly. Oh. Okay, I'm your king. You're not here to listen to me, you're here to drink wine. For now, we bear witness to the miracle that I'm remembering what remember grapes. Besides, remember ourselves, Rizia has much to celebrate. Great. Here, cheers as representative of the winery handed me a ceremonial corkscrew in a glass. Caught the wine. In my stead. Symbol of the unity, Duchess Lucia of House of Zaro will uncork the first bottle. Ooh, now this is one. Duchess Lucia of House of Zaro will uncork the first bottle. We can invite our daughter up here. About that, we can invite the lady more. We'll invite her. With a stunned yet delighted expression, Lucia took the stage and assistant quickly produced 2 glasses. My war counselor opened the bottle and poured us each a small amount. Frozen. Glorious acts of Rizia. Drink. We clinked the glasses and drank. It was delicious, a light, refreshing taste, gradually developing into a darker, more complex finish. There was a final round of applause as Lucia and I stepped off the stage. Pablo and the winery staff began circulating around the tables with wine and food. I thought to be called on stage, Your Majesty, but I'm not sure relations weren't happy with the choice. So over, what do they think? I wanted you up there with me. Oh, what they think? I wanted you up there with me. I know how they make my hand the rest of the time. Her eyes widened slightly as she registered my remark. See, Your Majesty, I hope I performed to your satisfaction. She cast the last look at me before returning to her seat. I skipped some by accident. I spent a good several hours mingling with relatives and fellow nobles, posing for photographs with the winemakers and fending off journalists. Every time I attempted to sit down and eat, I was deluged with more requests. My glass, on the other hand, was constantly being refilled. But in any event, I was having some trouble keeping names and faces straight. My tent gradually emptied out as the guests departed. The winery was attached to a luxury villa where our delegation had been invited to stay for the night. Hugo, Estella, Vina, and I began saying our final goodbyes before making our way upstairs. How do you manage to find some time to come to Qualis, Your Majesty? I'd call the evening a smashing success, with the emphasis on smashing. Vina was clutching my mother's arm, looking half dazed. Oh, Mr. Red, long may he reign, she hiccuped. That's right, darling, now, let's get you to bed. I heard an uproarious burst of laughter from the other side of the room. Our 3 counselors were still at the table. Lucia's eyes were sparkling as she regaled the other 2 with an apparently hilarious anecdote. We're right behind you, I just have to say goodnight to my staff. Take your time, sweetheart. She gave a knowing smile. Vina was too busy attempting to pirouette in the ball gown to register what I'd said. As my family headed out, I walked over to my counselor's table, and she just stormed into my barracks without a stitch on, screaming, "If you weren't a duchess, I'd have you drawn and quartered." Hello, good evening, Duchess of Zaro. Oh! She, Lorento, and I immediately straightened up and stopped laughing. Your Majesty, the Duchess was telling about the time she hid her commanding officer's fatigues while he was swimming. It was a day back in basic training. I had to scrub the kitchen floor for 3 weeks, but it was worth it. It's part of a drinking game, Your Majesty, a rather infantile one. I'll wait till I can say goodnight. Can I play? I think you can handle it, Your Majesty. She had a teasing look in her eye. I wonder how much she'd had to drink. Pabble, some wine for the king, please. Right away, Mr. Squibble. Pabble approached the table and gave me a generous pour of Remus the Red. You only play 2, Pabble. I detected cautious excitement in his eyes. It would be my pleasure, Your Majesty. Come on, Pabble, my friend. Get in here, lad. I sat down. Lucia rubbed his hands together. Perfect, Pabble. I think we'll all love to learn more about you. Now, have you played facts or fiction before? I've not, Duchess. It's simple. You tell us 3 statements about yourself, 2 of them have to be true and then 1 must be a lie. The two of us then guesses which statement is false. If we guess wrong, we have to drink. She gestured to Pebble, who quickly topped up her wine glass. It was just my turn. I'll let His Majesty choose the next player. Since I missed your story, I think you should take another turn, Duchess Azara. 2 truths and a lie, got it. Lucita gave me a sly smile. As you wish, Your Majesty. Despite my Azara heritage, I couldn't stand the sight of blood as a child. That was the time I fainted from pricking my own finger. My cousin Sola confided in me that she despised her husband-to-be, so I falsified evidence that I was having an affair with a commoner. The evidence was broken off. The engagement was broken off at once. I had a lucky set of undergarments that I wear to important meetings and military exercises. Lorento raised an eyebrow. Intriguing, did Duchess, but false. Azaras don't fall prey to superstition. The one thing Azaras don't do is faint at the sight of blood. That's the lie. I agree, you don't seem like lucky underwear type. Underwear. Don't seem like the FB underwear type. I didn't believe that the idea of Lucy Azara fainting at the drop of blood. No, the blood story is so implausible that it must be true. I've my doubts about your role in the solution of your cousin's engagement. Lucita shook her head. You had it right, Your Majesty. I don't wear lucky underwear on important days. Pamela took sips of their wine. Lucita continued with a mischievous smile on her face. Actually, on such occasions, I find it invigorating to wear nothing at all beneath my uniform. Ah! 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 Lorenzo and Lena show each other amused looks. Pavel politely coughed. Perhaps now would be a good time for Duchess Azara to retire. There's been a great deal of wine flowing tonight. It's all harmless fun, Pavel, isn't it, Your Majesty? That's right, your conduct has even been becoming unbearing and becoming of a duchess. Yes, Pavel, remind me of important meetings more often. Yes, we call important meetings more often. Yeah, we all deserve a few from stiff formalities. Raw life Duchess is a grown woman, Pavel. Don't please start drinking. Yes, we all deserve some reprieve from our stiff formalities of royal life. You get into a romantic event. I know. Yes, Pavel, remind me to call more important meetings more often. I'm trying to think of what would be more romantic. I guess that's like, hey, what are you saying? That's why I feel number 2 is a better one for this. Rizia up. Pavel, remind me to call important meetings more often. The others tittered. Pavel frowned indignantly. Morning, Glint. How are you, my friend? How are you? Well, good afternoon from me, I feel. How are you, buddy? I was only trying to be helpful. If you'd like to be helpful, you can fetch us a new bottle. This one's almost empty. Throw away, Duchess Azara. Does Lance of Riz? No. No, he does not. Straight away, Duchess Azara. He disappeared to the kitchen and came back with more wine. Lucita looked at me expectantly. I might just go in order? Is that the best way to do it? Earlier, he completely screwed up. What did I screw up? Oh, sorry, earlier, yeah. She was like, hey, and I was like, bye. And I was like, he was like, no, you messed it up. I was like, reload. It's a flirt. I didn't realise. One question, does Lance have Riz? This is the question. Werner? Yeah. Werner, if you please. I still find this childish. In my day, if people want to get drunk, they got drunk. But if you insist. She thought for a moment. I have an antique coin collection that's worth more than our house. My late husband and I once undertook a 3-week sailing trip to Galman and back. We once had to stop Queen Liza from purchasing a diamond necklace with Rizia and treasury money. You didn't really sell to Galmland. My grandmother never would have tried to embezzle from the treasury. I was going to say sailing trip. You didn't really sell to Galmland. I call foul on the Liza story. Her Majesty was beyond such shenanigans. To risk someone, it's true. I can believe Her Majesty Queen Liza would attempt such a purchase, but not that you would stop it, Miss Warner. Lorento grinned and shook his head. This is too easy. If there's one thing you hated more than sailing, it was your dearly departed husband. Elena sighed. Yes, that's right. Sarah and Pavel picked up their glasses. Each took a healthy sip. You've got a fortune in antique coins, do you? So my grandmother wasn't such a saint after all. I mean, we've always known she's not a saint. I'd like to ask about fortune and coins, though. Got fortune and antique coins, do you? Ask me anything about marking ducats and resonant medallions. Well done, Miss Warner. Who's next? Let's go with Squibble next. We'll just do it in order, and then we'll end with Pavel. Go ahead, Mr. Squibble. With pleasure. Gave his wine glass a dramatic swirl. When I'm in a diplomatic meeting that I know is trivial, I draw caricatures instead of taking notes. When I was just out of university, I challenged the mayor's slaves to a duel. As he shouted, "All hail the new queen at His Majesty Valero's coronation." Not really doodling during meetings, are you? You despise aggression, learner. You wouldn't have instigated a duel. It was at my father's coronation. I've heard if anyone shouted queen. Oh, what's everyone's thoughts? Did he shout queen? Duel? I do think he wouldn't have duelled. He doesn't seem the type. He's got a good moustache. That's a question, though. He would never instigate a duel. He's trying to get us to go for peace as well. He would if it was overruling. I doubt he'd admit to drawing caricatures at a meeting, no matter how unimportant. The duel scenario seems most far-fetched to me. I've heard the duel story 100 times, Lento. You didn't challenge the mayor's slaves as the Earl of Jails. I know it gave her an abashed look. You know me too well, Miss Mona. The sea had drained our glass as Elena, Pavel, and I watched. What was the duel about? My father, a queen? Oh, that was with frivolity. What was the duel about? The current day Countess of Gels. Neither of us had the nerve to shoot, but he won the grand prize in the end. Anticlimactic, Mr. Squibble. She tapped on a glass, Pavel dutifully refilled. Who's our next victim? Oh, Pavel or myself? Who's the best bet, my friend? Pavel or myself? What's everyone thinking? Should we let Pavel go first? Or should it be me? I'll give it a go myself if you don't mind. Sorry, Pavel. My councils looked at each other with no small amount of excitement. I felt tired but not drunk. I racked my brain for ideas. I have a scar on my left shoulder blade and use that shape of the Pell's administrative district. Oh, and the port birthmark, yeah. Shape of the Pell's administration district. Grown up in the Palace Taurus, I once mistook a priceless Marcasian vase for a urinal. My great-grandfather Gunzavi II never actually had a moustache. I drew one of his royal portrait a long time ago. I can belch the Rizian national anthem. Remember that's almost surprised if you remember urinal. Fair. And this has to be the lie, right? Ooh. Princess Lena was my first kiss. Happy with one again? Sometimes I worry I'm too benevolent. I don't actually like wine. We've got to have a lie in there, yeah. Got to have a lie. Princess Lena was my first kiss. The tablemates looked around at each other. Lucia was the first to speak up. Excuse Your Majesty, you must have kissed women before you married Princess Lena. The others nodded their assessment. I guessed all of you. Sia raised her glass and drank a sip away. Anyway, so, maybe see it, Your Majesty. Sure. Yeah? Be number one, won't it? It's gotta be. I think it's gotta be one as well. Hell's Administrative District. We'll show it off. Look at my fine birthmark. I pulled my collar aside and showed her the scar. Shelly reached over and ran her fingertips across it. Our touch was electric. It looks more like Kyrute to me. Actually, you have a long day ahead of you tomorrow. Why don't we adjourn? Ooh, get into the good stuff? Or sounds like a wise idea. Ooh. Good lord, what is your opinion? It sounds I've realised, like Lord, like the jurists and whatever in this game, we're praying to the Lord, or a Lord, Lord Dunold, in this case, for answers. Yes, we get into the good stuff. I didn't think it was time to adjourn. Lorento pushed back his chair. This elder statesman is going to call it an evening, Your Majesty. Thank you for the enlightening time. Yes, we ordered a great deal. Possibly too much. Lucia shook her head. The more intimately we know each other, the better we can fight as a team. It's an old army trick. Shall I escort you to quarters, Your Majesty? No, I'll get there myself. Ooh, and then we'll invite her? I mean... No, we'll stay with her. Imagine 2 again. Oh, 1. Oh, yes, thank you. All right, fair enough. Yeah, okay. Yes, thank you. My council and I said our goodbyes. They dispersed to the rooms they were staying in. My butler guided me up the stairs and through the corridors to my suite on the top floor. Swiftly, he ushered me inside and took off my coat. The butler's quarters here are connected to the adjoining door. Just knock if you need me. Hubble walked over to the side room. He paused with his hands on the doorknob. I hope you enjoyed your evening, Your Majesty. I did, again some valuable intel. Dirty, dirty king. Well, our king deserves a nice lovebird. I did, again some valuable. Thank you, Pavel. Good night. I did, again some valuable intel. Never learned so much about the councillors in one go. See you in the morning. He left the room and gently closed the door behind him. With some difficulty, I undressed and crawled into bed. I was just starting to drift off the floor when a soft knock came at the door. Answer it. As the door opened, Lucia was standing there, still dressed in the beaded gown she'd worn earlier. Eventually, I've just received a message of great importance from well intelligence. May I come in? Hell yeah! Of course, Duchess Azaro. Lucia walked into my suite and followed her in and closed the door. Uh-oh. As soon as it had shut, she stepped towards me. There was a look of urgency in her eyes. Pull her closer. You're drunk. She gave me a scornful look. I've been drinking men under the table since I was 18. It takes more than a little wine to do me in. Everyone together. I don't want this to be the way we get together. Let me take you on a proper date. I expect you as a counsellor just as Zara, that's all. Your behaviour towards me is completely inappropriate. You should be ashamed of yourself. Kiss her. Can I do number 2? I want this to be the way we get together. Let me take you on a proper date. She looked confused. I'm right here. Isn't this more efficient? Or whatever you say. Until next time, then. She gave a flustered bow and left the room. I shut the door and got back into bed. I slept more soundly than I had in months. But no, we're going on a proper date, you. Proper date. Oh, wait a minute. Do you want to talk? Read the report. Large gatherings in Zil prohibited. Uh-oh. Rufus Gragg's royal gossip. King Duchess popped cork. Lesbia condemns Rizia supports Pales in arbitration claim. Romberg denounces Welland over Zeal claim. Oil embargo continues. What's going on over here? Republic of Swordland. Swordland offers investment opportunity. Yeah, I was going to say, when's this date? Our king's getting a nice lovebird. Amidst the recession, Swordland's government, led by Alfonso, has presented a potentially lucrative bond sales trade opportunity to be discussed at the capital of Swordland. Whole Sword. This royal visit will include the Whole Sword and has additional expenditures. Hold talks in Whole Sword to discuss the opportunity, -1 budget. Yeah, we take her on a date. Come on, man. She's muscle mommy material. I'm sorry, it has to be done. What's our thoughts on this? Hold talks in Whole Sword? Is this a good idea? Will this potentially earn us money, or is this a really bad idea? Because I can't remember how Alfonso's thing ended. If he ended in a big recession. I know we should have kissed her, but we told her, hey, we'll go on a proper date. And you said 1 or 2. What? She's what? I thought that was well. Hold on, wind that back. She's muscle mommy. Oh, I'm all out. She's a Marine. She's a soldier. She's trained as we trained. Oh, that's funny. Right. Do we accept this offer or refuse it? What's the thoughts? Somebody clip that. I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it will be. I think I can post that one to TikTok. Jeez. Right, but on a serious note though, what should we do? Should we hold talks? Lance first Riz in the game. You literally, Lance's first Riz. I see. I'll hold talks. I'm going to hold talks. Your choice. I'm going to hold talks. Let's see if we can make some moolah. Report. Sold into host King. Me. Did you fix the economy in base game? I'm not sure. I think we did. We were on the positive. We weren't on the decline. Delegation trip to discuss bond offer. Our delegation arrived at Whole Sword International Airport early in the afternoon. President Old Alfonso and a contingent of Swordish officials were there to greet us. By the time we reached the base of Holsall Tower, the sun had begun to dip lower in the sky, bathing the city in a golden hue. My councillor Rento Squibble accompanied me, as did Vina. As our vehicle came to a stop, President... Hey, Honor, thank you so much for being here, bud. I hope you enjoy your dinner, my friend. Have a good one. As the vehicle came to a stop, President Alfonso stepped forward with a welcoming gesture. Welcome to Holsall Tower, King Romus. I can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to today. It's an occasion to celebrate the multifaceted economic partnership we are building between our great nations. Remember what you did as President of Swordsland and what will happen here? Oh, so what a great venue. Hey, see you, Honor. See you in a bit, buddy. Shake hands. I'm much more interested in seeing the Maroon Palace later. Concrete needles don't impress me as much as history and culture. Both our nations have little time to waste. Let's go ahead. We appreciate the welcome, President Alfonso. Nod respectfully. President, we appreciate the welcome, President Alfonso. As the tower defies the limits of architecture, so too can our nations push the limit of partnership. President Old Alfonso gazed briefly swept across our group before settling on Princess Vina. Princess Vina, it's an honor to welcome you. Mr. Manger and our team will ensure all your needs are met during your stay. Thank you, President Alfonso. I've studied much about Swordland's recent history and can't wait to experience its culture firsthand. Consider us at your service, Your Highness. Should you have any requests or need assistance, please don't hesitate to let me know. Don't you try Sword of Zabla, Vina. It's the best. Well, after this event is well and doesn't show up. And just quite. That's fair. That's fair. Well, thank you. It's convenient to know Princess Vina will be in good hands. Splendid. As if today's meeting doesn't go like our last did, I assume to taste Swordland's finest beverages in order. I'm going to beg him for assistance for a few hours. My daughter's questioning. I'm going to avoid any overly rowdy or scandalous views that might not benefit the princess. Wait until you try Sword of Zabla, Vina. It's the best. You know our cuisine well, Your Majesty. Yes, nothing beats Zabla with a cold glass of cabbage or elderly maroon. The Rizia is well acquainted with our fine whiskey by now. Cabbage, on the other hand, you won't find that anywhere else. I warn you that it's a bit rustic compared to your wine, but it has its own special charms. Well, we'll continue this conversation over dinner. The views from the revolving restaurant are nothing less than astounding. Upon entering the grand lobby of the Holsall Tower, we were directed towards a lavish elevator. The cabin slowly ascended, giving us a momentary sense of detachment from the world below. The cityscape of Holsall became a moving panorama through glass walls. From the cobbled streets of the old town to the skyscrapers of the Maroon District, the greenery of the capital park, the diversity of new earlery, see the seamless blend of past and present. Quite the sight, isn't it? It's always interesting to see Holsall from a perspective. Hope your first impression of our city is a favourable one. Certainly not in Port Drazen anymore. I'm impressed. I've always believed the true character of a city is found not in the skyline but in the lives of its people. Development. Tenny. Just as we are striving to achieve in Rizia. I just can't remember what happens initially. I know he goes through like economic crash, doesn't it? But then if we bring it back up, might make some money? I don't know. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, it is a perfect blend of history and modernity. Striving for Rizia. I forget where you go to this power's present reign. I'm unsure. Cool tower though. We're certainly not in Port Drazen anymore. I'm impressed, but I always believe that true lies the if I'm not. Oh wait, I remember. You remember? Yay! I'll grab a water while you remember. One moment. Right, just click that. So I didn't. I remember why the recession happened. Oh, and I write you what you had to do with Wellendale. I really. Thank you, bud. This has been a really good stream so far, guys. Thank you so much for being here. And why did the recession happen? I can't remember. On top of my head, anyway. But just to say, a massive thank you to you all for being here right now, you absolute legends. It's been a really good stream today. But I'll do this, and I think even if Welland's there or not, I'll probably call it there. We're certainly not in Port Drazen anymore. I'm a mess. People. Oh, I'll just lead this through. Oh, my history time sources of them. Yes. Well, the challenge lies in ensuring that this development reaches all layers of society. It's a delicate task, especially in these trying economic times. The drive for progress sometimes overshadows the needs of the common folk. In Rizia, we try our best not to rustle any feathers. Nina quickly interjected, as the funder tried to market capitalization too fast on a bunch of new trade deals. Deals like this one. So this will fail inevitably. Which is not to say we reject the idea of change entirely, Mr. President Alfonso. We're doing our best to bring the monarchy in line with the needs of the present. The elevator gently halted atop a Holsall tower, and the door slid open, revealing the entrance to the revolving restaurant. Alfonso continued to talk. You've read the news, Your Majesty. I won't pretend the Swedish economy hasn't seen a downturn since our last meeting. But the recession of 51 was a direct result of the French systemic issues we've inherited. Thanks to our aggressive economic reforms I'm putting into place, our growth will only skyrocket from here. It may be a controversial move, but privatising key sectors and crucially attracting foreign investment will position Sweden towards a global, competitive, prosperous and stable future in the 60s. I have to say, such Swiss policy changes would be much easier to implement in a monarchy like yours. You have no idea how much bureaucracy and obstruction we've been facing. The Rizian government does have checks and balances, Mr. President, but yes, such bureaucratic hurdles are practically unheard of under our system. Just Flasher smiled. I'm almost jealous. It's a real pain trying to explain economic growth to our more thick-headed assembly members. Just imagine, Ewald, if Swordland were a monarchy again, we would push these reforms in a blink of an eye. Alfonso laughed uncomfortably. Let's say you'd look good with a crown on your head, Mr. President. Our methods may differ, but in the end, both of us share the common goal of bettering our citizens' lives. You're absolutely right, and working more closely together is a key part of that. So, here we are. The restaurant's large windows offered an unobstructed view of Holsall expanse. Staff guided us towards a large table. A gentle hum of conversation enveloped us as we were seated. Any questions about this magnificent panorama, Your Majesty? I'm happy to offer my insight into the various districts of our fair city. For one reason alone. I would like to learn more about Holsall, Mr. President. I looked out the window. About the old town, what is by the Maroon district. Oh, what do you mean? Tell me about the old town. Like your old town in Port Dresden, just newer. The city was founded on the east side of the Escaut River in the early 1400s. It started as a key rest and recovery stop for traders, growing significantly during the Renan period. Its architecture from the Renan days to the Swedish-Anglian Union state era is a mirror of Swordland's history. King Alfonso? Oh, is this a... That's right, the old town's got this timeless aura, you know, the tourists can't get enough of it. What inspired the development of the Maroon district? It's quite a contrast to the old town. That's what our late President wished he intended. His initial conception for the district was taken over by President Tarquin Sol after the Civil War. It was renamed to symbolise the rebirth of Holsall under the Second Republic. Its blend of modernist and neoclassical architecture reflected the aspiration Sol held for progressive Swordland at the time. It's got all the fancy buildings, businesses, embassies, everything a modern metropolis could need. Capital Park and surrounding government buildings are impressive. Street market I see down in New Ellery. Capital Park and surrounding government buildings are impressive. The park's a favourite spot for folks around here. Great place to relax and get away from the city's rush. And the governing buildings, including the Maroon Palace and Grand National Assembly, are not just architectural marvels, but also the epicentres of a nation's governance. These buildings represent our democratic journey, especially the Assembly where elected representatives work for Swordland's future. Street House in New Ellery. Yes, it's there every week, part of the district's melting pot of charm. Ever since migrants from Ellery started settling there a century ago, it attracts all kinds of diverse inhabitants. I'd call it Holsall's most vibrant neighbourhood. Not to mention that the nightlife can't be beat. Remind me to take you to the Cabaret Lochhaven if we have the time after dinner. How do you see the evolution of Holsall? I'd say it mirrors that of Swordland itself. It's been rebuilding, growing, changing with the times. And just like Swordland, it stands strong no matter what's thrown at it, even in the face of our recent challenges. About your own history with Holsall, Mr. President. Ozzy took a sip from his whiskey and looked out the distance. You know that I started out as a Gasson in the aftermath of the Civil War. During the Restoration period, Gasson became a symbol of our national resurgence. I remember navigating through the maze of old monarchist sentiments and the ambitions of Solna's new republic. So Gaston played a role in shaping modern Swordland. Monarchist sentiments, right. I admit I'm interested in your role General Edward Luderin and the Black Battalion after Swedish monarchy fell. Tell me about the Restoration period. Tell me about the Restoration period. Welcome back, Honor. What did you have for dinner, my friend? And was it good? Did you enjoy? Hope you did. Simply put, it's a time of rebuilding and reimagining Swordland's future. Sol's government made massive efforts to repair the war's physical and social damage, creating a new civic identity grounded in Republican values. Hey, you have a good one, my friend, and I will catch you later, Jace. I'm going to end the session 100% after this bit, okay? In Wholesale, this means not only overwhelming the city's infrastructure, but also its very culture. But by the 40s, many of the programs have become unnecessary. Let's not bore our delegation further. We all know why you're really here. It's time to make an opening remarks for the bond deal discussion. Bye. See you later, Jace, my friend. Have a good one. So so far, whiskey, wine deal, and resort investment have paved a solid path for us and decided to continue its trajectory. Thank you for hospitality and kindness so far. We're open to hearing proposals regarding our common future. There's a guest of a toast. Our recent international trade ship, we're Rizia very used to use partnerships. Wine deal and resort investment. As am I, Your Majesty. We're all glad to know that Swordland's opinion of Rizia has risen considerably since those deals were made. It's great to hear, Mr. President. Deals have made quite the impact on Rizia and well. According to reports from our treasurers, our alcoholic beverage industry has witnessed a doubling in commerce accompanied by significant uptick in consumer metrics. I did drink water. I had a sip earlier, good sir. This boon could be a gateway to exploring new markets and diversifying our export portfolio. Venus spoke up hesitantly, but I'll drink another! A third as compensation. I will say that not everyone in Rizia has been on board with the increased alcohol consumption. The Gorkontas community in particular has reservations. Going to say, well, there's no pleasing them. In all seriousness, we are keen to know about the current economic situation in the Kingdom of Rizia. Recent research inquiries haven't been fully answered. We do know that your treasury has been seeing a significant influx of funds lately. Money that sits around is money wasted. Nobody wants that, not even the Golden Kingdom. Additionally, your Rizian energy output seems to be historically low at the moment. We can't do much about that right now, but perhaps today can be a stepping stone towards a lucrative agreement in that direction. You've done your research, Mr. Manger, but only I and my council know the full picture. Shortcomings, my council are doing our best to address them. I'm focused on improving the energy situation to have a high net surplus soon. You know best, King Remus. I have complete faith in your assessment. There was a pause in discussion as the first course was served. It was a deconstructed version of Lackhaven-style Lorska, with hot seafood stock poured over clams, mussels, and cubed raw salmon. Ooh. We've been eating for a few minutes. Brother Alfonso cleared his throat. So what we're offering Rizia is a chance to purchase Swordist government bonds with a 4-year maturity at excellent rates. Despite the current recession, we're on a path to economic revitalization, thanks to the significant investments being secured for Quinal and Raqqa, as well as our progressive policy reforms. As you're already aware, a key aspect of these reforms is the further privatization of crucial sectors, including energy. Gaston is at the forefront of this transformation and is poised to play a central role in our recovery. This bond issue is a chance for Rizia not only to make financial gains, but to strengthen its resource-based economy through energy investments into Swordland. We will offer discounts if we see eye to eye on this deal. It ensures the investment will bear fruit. Your reduction is far from guaranteed. President Alfonso, how can we be sure your success will follow an equal course we've set? You mentioned future release benefits for Rizia be signed by this deal. Could you elaborate on what that entails? 3. You mentioned the benefits for Rizia by signing this deal. Could you elaborate on what this might entail? Thirdly, given my chairman position at Gaston, we can explore investment opportunities in energy. Let's say, preferential access to energy resources and shares, as well as a chance to be part of Gaston's revitalization, which I'm actively steering. Gaston share sales and liberal policies could be game changers. We need to gauge how these shifts will affect our return on our bonds. By making Gaston more competitive and efficient, we're not only boosting our own economy, but also enhancing the security and potential returns of your investment. If this bond deal and Gaston plan succeed, it could indeed unlock significant advantages for Rizia. Prime example would be potential reduction of import taxes on Rizian goods. Are you concerned about how this might affect Swordland's domestic market? You're welcome to an benefit. So I'm promising, but I'm concerned that your elections ensure this isn't fleeting partnership. We're not looking for a quick fix, but a sustainable connection between Sword and Rizia, regardless of who leads. Given the current recession in Swordland, how can you assure us that the investment will bear fruit? Elections far from guaranteed. We need to review the economic performance indicators and further recovery plans thoroughly. Poor progress aren't enough. As I mentioned, investments received from Quinal and Raqqa are substantial. Basic economic reforms our economy. It's not mere speculations or plans are calculated based on economic principles behind our free market strategy. These aren't just hopes and dreams, they're well thought out plans based on hard economic data. We are setting Swordland on a path to robust rebound. That. Valid question, but economic policies are designed to withstand political changes. The landscape in Swordland is ever changing, and Anton Reign could well prevail in the next elections. Despite this, the bond proposal is built with long-term stability and growth in mind. So far, Reign and I have enjoyed an amicable relationship. If he does win the presidency, I'm sure he'll listen to my advice on economic matters. At the very least, we'll listen to Gus. Gus grinned. Economic continuity trumps political shifts, Your Majesty. I guarantee you that. Your liberal economic policies plan to sell shares of Gasson. It's very ambitious. Gasson's push to raise funds from the global market is likely to have significant impact, but yes, it's not without risks. I understand that, but with great risk comes great reward. Our new plan is aimed at boosting market confidence and stability. It will enhance the security and profitability of the initiative. Liberalising Gasson should increase its market efficiency and shareholder value, boosting fiscal revenues. This should, in theory, lead to higher bond yields and more favourable debt to GDP ratio. Truly a win-win scenario. We can move ahead with more details. So far, this has been reassuring to hear. What are your thoughts, Your Majesty? Unless we receive a guarantee for our risk, I feel like these statements are fake assurances. Both Mr. Major and also economic experts, I'm sure we can trust their judgment. Our nations have already established mutual trust, and I'm not that in my mind. Assurances. No investment is without risk. Our economic trajectory and strategic reforms are designed to mitigate these risks and ensure favourable outcomes for our partners. But we want the financial specifics of our government's bonds, focus on a return in Rizian guilders. I'll break it down for you. We arrived today with two bond proposals, one large and one small. Based on current treasury status, I suggest you go with our bigger, better proposal. Invest 12 billion Rizian guilders now, returns will be through the roof. We're talking about a budget increase of upwards of 36 billion guilders over the board's term. We'll be tripling your money. Sounds suspiciously like gambling, which is a sin. That's an ambition forecast, Mr. Major. These numbers are impressive, but they hinge on a lot of ifs and maybes. I need more optimistic projections of such a large investment. Think of a shared history and how trade prospered under Queen Liza. It's proof of how calculated risk can lead to enduring economic booms. This bond investment presents an opportunity to go back to those glory days. Let's look at the Swordfish wine. Now, considering a more cautious investment of 3 billion Rizian guilders, the potential returns in the case of successful economic recovery are still impressive. Projects from here see investment grow to about 9 billion guilders, not as much as if you invested more, but nothing to sneeze at either. More investment might be a more prudent approach, allowing us to test the waters without economic overcommitting. There are ways we do another operation that should prove successful. Without risk. I pave the way for deeper economic cooperation should the venture prove successful. Exactly. Once you've gained a foothold in the storage economy, the sky's the limit. Large investment in our bond would build upon the trust we've already established with our trade and resort deals, and modify potential returns for you. Large investment does seem like a good way to leverage the momentum we've built. As the restaurant continues its gentle orbit, our second course arrives. It consists of an airy sheep cheese mousse between two sheets of crisp pastry, garnished with a rainbow of fresh herbs and edible flowers. Lord, if you're still here, my friend, based off our playthrough, do you think this will be good to do? I'll do an investment in it, but do you think it's best to do a low or a large investment? I think it's supposed to be Svably, Your Majesty. A whole sword specialty. It's not usually this flowery. Latest threat. Question now is, where does Rizia see itself in the future? As a regional power in South Makopa, or are you aiming for more global presence? Depends on the money you have, fair enough. Global player, thanks to our trade relations with Rumberg and Grace, going closer to the Republic like Swordland won't sit well with them. I can't remember how well we did in the base game, that's the issue. I know we managed to get out of debt, but I can't remember how much we got out of debt. Or if it considered us as necessarily being out of debt. I'm not sure on that front. I remember the bar going up, though. We're already a global player thanks to our trade relationship with Rumberg and Grace, getting closer. I want to continue to be a global player. Our partnership could expand further beyond existing ties with Rumberg and other monarchies. Alfonso smiled. That's what I wanted to hear. I know you harbour family ties to Queen Beatrix, but to be frank, strengthening trade with other nations, especially ones with dynamic liberal economies, would be far more beneficial to you than sticking with Rumberg. There may even come a time where you don't need Grace at all. Bina hurriedly made an effort to change the subject. No matter what, we Rizians do see ourselves as an influential force. Our culture, our resources, our strategic position, all that matters in Makopa and beyond. Rento smiled at her approvingly. Well said, Your Highness. Yet as a seasoned diplomat, I must emphasise prudence. Our regional commitments and immediate economic interests must take first priority. Valid thoughts, Mr. Esquivel. But progressive capitalism is all about seizing opportunities and being at the forefront of economic innovation. This bond deal is a gateway to such progress. What do you say to new opportunity, King Remus? Looking at the side investment. What do you think I should do, Vina? Thank you for asking, Father. Let's see. I might not grasp the interest of finance, but I believe in the decision that reflects the nation's spirit. Eliza would have said yes to a new partnership deal and close Rizia's doors, but I do wonder what Aunt Queen Beatrix will think. If anyone more suspicious or than Taurus, it's her. She'll understand Rizia isn't Rumberg's only trade partner after all. Swordsland does nothing to confirm those suspicions. It will be fine. Tension between Rumberg and Swordsland do seem to be on the rise. Perhaps it would be unwise to take sides. Very valid points. You know, I'm happy you joined us today. It's an honor to be invited. I'm ready to decide. We'll make history together, Your Majesty. Oh, so it's 4 budget or it's 1 budget? Okay. Okay, it's interesting to learn that, like, it's basically every time we use a budget, it's 3 billion. That's crazy. So every budget is 3 billion. Wow. In terms, you know. What's your thoughts, Lord, my friend? What should we do? I just can't remember how well we did economy-wise. Oh, get up the last episode. Get up the last episode. How did we do? It's here somewhere. The finale. Go, go. It seems to kind of be going up, but we're in recession, but not too bad. Or at least, sorry, we're in negatives, but not badly. I'm going to do... I'm thinking of just doing the 1, to be honest, and investing in stuff we need for the war. Because if we invest all this now, we might get money later, but it would be post-war 100%. 4 years isn't going to be... We're going to be at war with other countries within 4 years, that's for sure. I might do a small one. Yeah, you feel like a small one's a good decision? You agree with me on number 2, sir? And I honour you're more than welcome. Obviously, anyone here is welcome to give their opinion, but I think a small investment will be for the best. Yeah, I'm going to do a small investment. We'll do a small investment. Trade decision allows us to take advantage of this opportunity while safeguarding our assets. Yes, very prudent of you, Your Majesty. Though, of course, I wish you would have been able to invest more. I assure you, faith in our recovery will be rewarded. In triplicate. Even if the investment itself is small, we built a deeper connection between Rizia and Swordsland. So I must say, if I may say so, this alone is a feat. A sense of cautious optimism filled the room as the news of my decision circulated around the table. Just then, the 3rd course arrived. It appeared to be a take on virgin zabla, with medium rare grilled slices of beef atop a silky smooth chickpea puree. Gus put his foot down with a frustrated groan. I do apologise. This meal's supposed to give you a taste of real Swordsland, not some hoity-toity millionaire's idea of it. Not a millionaire yourself. Not your fault. Everyone assumes we Royals want steak and caviar all the time, but truthfully, I'd kill for a giant bowl of stew. Man after my own heart. Anyway, then I reached on the table and poured out a bottle. This dish would go wonderfully with a sip of Romus the Red, preview of our new Contuavo vintage before it hits the Swedish market. He poured glasses for Alfonso and his minister. Both men gave murmurs of appreciation. Vina turned slightly green as she looked at the bottle. None for me, thank you. As the final course was cleared away, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the table. President Alfonso stood, glass in hand, and turned to me with an inviting smile. To plant the seeds of trust. May this meeting hold a new chapter of collaboration, understanding, and prosperity for both our great nations. Our future is as smooth as a glass of Earlery Maroon. Smooth and invigorating, and that's the Swordish way. I'll drink to that. The applause that followed the toast gradually subsided, and the atmosphere buzzed with animated conversations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a beautiful array of colours across the sky, we began preparing to leave. The evening air was crisp, and the city lights began to twinkle as we journeyed towards the Marine Palace for the evening party. Nice, we had a good time in Swordsland. Oh, purchase of 4-year government bond. Cool. Policies. Purchased. News. Risen embargo, prudent investment journey with Swordsland. Okay, and we're at the end of this turn. We've got money to invest. We might as well just end this turn then. While we're here. Swordsland, different country. Yes, what are we going to invest in? What are we going to invest in, my friend? Should we do equipment factory? So there's a Pales border fortification, Air Force Base. That could be good. That could be really good. Do you think that's probably a good one to go? I think we'll have enough after that to invest in another thing by the looks of it. Why can we do that, say, for example? Oh, 5 budget. Okay, makes sense. Command Center. Go up, see if I can see it. Look at the command center. Oh no, that's not it. Which is the command center, buddy? We look enacted. So we've done Romus Hospital. We've done the university, the hospital, the intelligence hub, and the gas field. We sold 1 batch of equipment, medium initial global energy sale, neutralization progress for foreigners, housing for the poor, non-risk religious tax, raise intelligence, base income tax, launch of anti-narcotics campaign, sovereign transition clemency, intelligence hub. Okay, so we've already done it on that front. Logistics hub? Let's have a look. Improve Pell's logistics hub. Not enough budget this turn, I'm afraid. We could do it next turn, but we wouldn't have enough this turn. Just 1 short. Build the airbase? Got it. We'll do the airbase. Run the... I'm not going to do it, but I'm just curious. Air Force Base, upgraded airstrike capacity on completion. Let's do it. And then we have space for 1 more. We want to. Now, it doesn't just have to be building. We can do other things. Ooh. Public rail. Public sea transportation? What's the sea transportation one? Some industry? Yeah, I'm thinking we need some industry at the moment. Something economic. What would you recommend? Energy storage facilities. Then that's just increasing that, but then we don't have production yet, so there's no point. Industries, 2 budget, 3 authority, 2 energy. 3 energy per turn. Nope. Can't spend any energy right now. Landowners tax. Royal houses and community. Inheritance tax. That'll be. Yeah, energy was always my main problem. What was I know we had energy stuff we could build technically, but just having to import it. Oh, so there is there's an industry part we could do, but then it's energy on completion. But then we should have technically, where is it? The offshore gas field will complete. Probably it will be next turn. 2 energy on completion, so at least it's 1 energy, 2 energy we're getting. It's not completely dead in the water. Yeah, you think consumer industry park? That's a good one. I think economic growth and innovating resources positively with public fostering stronger ties with half season. Plus the oil when you get from Welland. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. -1 energy on completion. Let's do that. Oh, there's heavy industry. Sorry, I might have missed that. That might not be good. Heavy industry. It's free budget. Sorry, I didn't have enough. But we can look at that on another time. Heavy industry can happen in the future. But for now, let us continue this, and then I will call this stream to an end. So we got through next part. Meditations. Alright, we're not going to look at anything. We're going to leave it for next turn. Thank you all so much. Or next session. Thank you all so much. I know this has been a longer episode, and this is actually the ending now. So thank you so much for watching those on YouTube. If you've enjoyed, a like, follow, and subscribe. A like, a subscribe, or a comment go a really long way. Let me know what you're thinking of this series so far. Are you enjoying it? Anything you'd recommend? Let me know. But thank you so much for being around, and I will catch you all in the next part. Bye for now.